the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Considération en étape de la deuxième.
Consideration at second reading stage of Bill C-52 and the Fair Rail Freight Service Act.
Mr. Fletcher, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, bracket, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation Arbitration, close bracket, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport, the Honourable Minister of State.
Rise today to support Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. Mr. Speaker, I also would like just to take a moment, since it's the first time this year that I've spoken in the House, say that I wish everyone a great 2013 and look forward to passing great legislation such as the act I'm about to talk about. I will first congratulate the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for his tremendous work. Sorry, there's a... Hey, Mr. Speaker, it seems that there was a technical problem. Perhaps I will begin from the beginning. I am pleased to rise today to support Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. I would like to congratulate the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for his tremendous work on this important file. I'd also like to thank my colleagues, the former Minister of State Transport, the Honourable Member from Yellowhead, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, and the Minister of Natural Resources for their contributions and support. And of course, Mr. Speaker, there are many more people who have contributed to this legislation and to make it the best legislation possible. Our Conservative government remains focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. This bill advances these priorities. It will help shippers maintain and grow their businesses while ensuring that railways manage an efficient shipping network for everyone. Les entreprises
Canadian companies depend on a reliable rail network.
With 70% of Canada's surface freight moving by train, railways are extremely important to the competitiveness of our economy. In 2010, Canada's major freight rail companies, Canadian National and Canadian Pacific, served approximately 5,000 shippers and transported products to more than 10,000 destinations in North America and around the world. As my honourable colleagues know, our government launched the Rail Freight Service Review in 2008. Its objective was to address ongoing issues raised by shippers concerning the reliability and consistency of rail freight service. We appointed an independent 3-member panel to conduct a comprehensive review of the service issues and problems related to the rail system in Canada. The panel was asked to submit recommendations to improve the efficiency, the effectiveness, and reliability of rail shipping in order to support trade and economic growth. The panel held broad consultations across the country, hearing from both shippers, representatives, and railways. Their recommendations propose the use of service agreements to increase the clarity and predictability of rail service. These agreements would clarify and clearly define the services that railways would provide and how shippers and railways interact. This proposal is based on the idea that by working together to develop these agreements, shippers and railways could improve the efficiency of the supply chain rail freight system. And in doing so, they would enhance their contribution to Canada's competitiveness in the world economy. It is worth noting that service agreements are a commercial tool, which our government believes is the best approach to improve the relationship between railways and shippers. We base this view on the fact that shippers and railways have always worked together commercially to define their private business dealings. Sometimes, however, shippers have been unable to negotiate contracts with railways to address service issues. Many shippers would like these agreements to know what service they can expect from the railways in order to manage their businesses and plan for the future. On March 18th, 2011, our government announced that it has accepted the panel's commercial approach. In fact, we went beyond the recommendations and we put in place 4 key measures to improve the performance of the entire rail supply chain. First, we launched a facilitation process to bring together shippers and railways to negotiate a template service agreement and develop a process to resolve commercial disputes. This process focused on improving the private commercial relationship. This 6-month facilitation, which was led by Mr. Jim Dinning, took place in 2012. Second, we committed to table legislation to give shippers the right to service agreements with railways and to establish a process for obtaining an agreement if commercial negotiations fail. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act fulfills this commitment and gives shippers the certainty that they will be able to obtain the service contracts from the railways. Third, we committed to establish a body of rail shippers to address logistics and develop standards to improve competitiveness. This group, known as a Commodity Supply Chain Table, will soon be established. And finally, we determined the need for an in-depth analysis of the grain supply chain to focus on issues that affect the sector and help identify potential solutions. This study is underway and should be completed soon. Together, these measures deliver on our Conservative government's commitment to ensure Canada has a rail system that is needed and that supports strong economic growth and long-term prosperity. But it's worth noting why this legislation is needed. Canadians and Canadian businesses depend on rail to transport products to market, both here in Canada and around the world, and it has to be done efficiently. We drafted the Fair Rail Freight Service Act by working closely with and listening to stakeholders involved. Shippers from a wide range of commodities and manufacturing sectors have told us what is important to them and what they need. Rail companies also explain the obligations they have to serve all shippers and the constraints they may face in carrying out their business. This consultation helped us develop a reasonable and intelligent legislation that reflects the interests of both shippers and railways to meet the needs of the Canadian economy. This consultation has helped us develop reasonable and intelligent legislative proposals that reflect the interests of all the various stakeholders and throughout our economy. The Rail Freight Service Act creates a strong incentive for issues around rail shipping to be settled through commercial means. By requiring railways to offer an agreement to a shipper who requests one, this legislation gives the shipper the legal right to ask for service level agreements. When a shipper requests an agreement, railways would have 30 days to offer one. The agreement would cover the terms of service that the railway and their customers would follow to move the shipper's goods. It could also include communication protocols and performance indicators, such as the frequency of service, transit times, the number and type of cars, as elements that the rail companies would provide for their customers. This right to service agreement provides an effective tool for shippers to use in their discussions with railways. In the event that negotiations for such an agreement fail, Bill C-52 proposes a fair, speedy, and inexpensive process to establish a service contract. The shipper would be able to go to the Canadian Transportation Agency to ask an arbiter to impose an agreement. To make such a request, the shipper would have to demonstrate that an effort had been made to reach an agreement commercially and that a 15-day notice had been served to the railway prior to the request for arbitration. The shipper would trigger the arbitration and frame the service issues to be addressed. The shipper and the railway would then each have the opportunity to provide submissions to the arbiter with their views in respect to the contract. This process, however, would be an interest-based arbitration. This means the arbiter must consider the interests of both the shipper and the railway when establishing the service contract. The legislation provides guidance to the arbiter on factors to consider when establishing a service contract, including the shipper's transportation requirements and the overall obligations of the railway to provide service to all shippers. The arbitrator would have the flexibility to determine the right service contract for each individual case. Every shipper is different. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. In establishing a contract, the arbitrator must consider the unique circumstances in each case. As a result, arbitration decisions would be fair and reasonable for both parties. Finally, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act provides a strong enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance with arbitrated service contracts. It proposes the use of administrative monetary penalties to hold railways accountable for their service obligations defined in the arbitrated contracts. If a railway breaches its service obligations, the shipper will be able to complain to the Canadian Transportation Agency. And if the agency confirms the violation, it could apply a penalty of up to $100,000 for each violation by the railway. Taken together, these measures, the right to service agreements, an efficient and speedy process when commercial negotiations fail, and strong enforcement for arbitrated agreements will provide shippers with clarity, predictability, and reliability when they need to grow their businesses and plan for the future. Our primary objective is to encourage better commercial relationships between railways and shippers. This legislation creates a long incentive, a very strong incentive for parties to settle agreements privately. In most cases, shippers and rail companies should be able to negotiate terms and agreements on their own. Second, over the last number of years, rail companies have improved their service. Shippers themselves acknowledge that service has improved, and I'd like to take a moment to congratulate the rail companies for this progress. But despite this fact, we must pass Bill C-52 to solidify and improve upon these gains to ensure that Canada's rail system is well positioned for the future. We must ensure the entire rail system in Canada will be able to support the expected increases in shipping, which is bound to occur due to our government's robust trade agenda. Because, as demonstrated by several new and developing free trade agreements, Canada is turning increasingly towards global trade to generate economic growth. This means we need efficient and effective transportation networks to give Canadian businesses a competitive advantage in the world markets. This means we will need efficient and effective transportation networks to give Canadian businesses a competitive advantage in world markets. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to note that this legislation supports our government's responsible resource development agenda and our efforts to modernize the grain sector. As we expand Canada's international exports, we need a rail transportation system that can move our resources to global markets efficiently and reliably. This legislation will make an enormous difference for our shippers in the resource sector. It will give grain farmers more predictable service as they work to sell their grain on the international market. It will give lumber mills more reliable service as they expand sales to Asia and improve service to exporters of minerals such as potash and coal. By improving the reliability and predictability of rail service, we help strengthen Canada, we help strengthen Canadian companies, and help increase Canadian companies' overseas sales. This legislation will create jobs, make Canada more competitive in the world economy, and make Canada a more attractive place to invest. Mr. Speaker, this proposed legislation offers a strong new tool to enhance the relationship between shippers and railways. Our Conservative government is proud to be taking this strong action to enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and reliability of the Canadian rail freight system. I'm convinced that these proposed measures will help build an even stronger freight rail system and contribute to Canada's success in international trade. Bill C-52 will promote growth, create jobs, build prosperity for all Canadians. I encourage all members in this House to vote in favor of this legislation and refer it to the Standing Committee on Transport Infrastructure and Communities without delay. And again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all those many stakeholders, parliamentarians, and the shippers and railway companies for their input into this process. And we've come out with a legislation that I think has very broad support and will, as I have said many times already, will make our country stronger. We live in the best country in the world, at the best time in human history to be alive, and now we can ship our products even more easily. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The question? The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from across the way for his work on this bill. I think what the government's trying to establish is some balance between the shippers and those that provide the product that drive our economy. 70% of all the goods that we move in this country go by rail. I guess the challenge for us in looking at the details of what he's presented in striking that balance, when there is a problem, and as he well knows, there have been many, many years of problems and just the shippers not being able to consistently get reliable service from the two large rail companies. One is the way to resolve that dispute, and I'm curious as to the specific measures his government has proposed to resolve disputes between the two, because there's a bit of a power imbalance. When rail cars just don't show up as they're promised to, what recourse does the shipper actually have? The Coalition of Rail Shippers asked for a clear conflict resolution, dispute resolution model. I don't see it in this legislation anywhere near as strong as what the shippers asked for. And my second question is this, and it's very specific with regards to the penalties. Last year, CN alone turned $2.7 billion profit. The maximum fine under this legislation for them breaking a contract, promising to deliver a number of cars and just simply not delivering them, the maximum fine that the government has suggested is $100,000. Is that going to be incentive enough? Is the stick a strong enough stick to actually change the behavior of some of these rail companies that simply abuse, particularly the smaller shippers in this country?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And historically, there have been challenges between railways and shippers. That is correct. And though I think we also have to recognize railways have improved in the last few years. However, this legislation is designed to ensure that shippers and railways respect each other and ensure that we have a continuous chain of supplies. The member asked, there is a dispute mechanism. If there is a problem, it's not going to be expensive. It will be done quickly and efficiently, and I spoke to that in my remarks. As far as the $100,000 a day fine, that is significant. If even the capital that the worth of the CN or CP, it's substantial, but they won't be in business long if they incur $100,000 on a day or per violation. If they do that too often, it is still a competitive marketplace, and whomever provides the best service often wins in the end. So I think this is a carrot and a stick approach, and we will look forward to railways and shippers working together, and we're empowering shippers to be able to deal with railways when they act not appropriately.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Secretary of State and the Minister and all of the people that were involved, stakeholders in so many sectors that were involved in putting this fair rail service agreement together. I just want to follow up on the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley's question, and I think the Minister pretty much answered about it. So it's my understanding that if there are several, let's say, and there has been in the past, whether it's been up to 20 and 30 shippers that have had issue with either CN or CP, if there were 20 at one time, then in fact the fine would be $100,000 per day per complaint, which would be what, about $2 million? $2 million a day. I can assure you, and I want the Secretary of State to reply, could it be assumed that the shareholders of the two railways would be probably the most encouraging people to get that resolved sooner than later?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Yes, and thank you for the question, and for pointing out that it's the fine is per violation, so it could add up very quickly and would damage any business. So it's not in anyone's interests, especially the railways, not to fulfill the service agreements. And I know the member comes from a resource-rich area, and he may be interested to know that David Lindsay, the President and CEO of the Forest Products Association of Canada, is very supportive. We have people, the wheat growers are supportive, the barley grower are supportive, the canola industry is supportive. People who use the railway for shipping, I have dozens of quotes here from stakeholders supportive of this legislation. And this legislation will help the economy of Prince George and communities like that. So thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Minister of State. Why did it take 5 years to come out with this bill? Now, the member for Trinity Spadina did a great deal of work on a private member's bill. What triggered the presenting of this bill? Now, there were changes that need to be made. It seems to me that 5 years was a long time to wait before bringing this bill forward.
Well, I suppose the real answer depends on how you judge time. There's geologic time, there's Ottawa time, and then there's real time. And given the fact that that this is a serious piece of legislation that affects the economy of the country, you don't want to rush it. You want to make sure that it's balanced, that you take into consideration stakeholders. We're trying to be as fair as possible to everyone involved. And so I would just say in Ottawa time would be this legislation has been done in the equivalent of a nanosecond in real time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Waxahachie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier answer to the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley, the minister, I think, used the phrase, if I heard him correctly, to express that the transportation sector is a competitive sector, that there is competition in the transportation industry, presumably between the railways. But I would ask the Minister, isn't that exactly the problem here? There is no competition. The shippers are captive, and it's because of that captive shipper situation that legislation like this is in fact necessary.
Minister of State, you have about 45 seconds.
Sure. Well, I didn't say that the member from Wisconsin says there's no competition. Well, there is competition because there's at least two. It's a duopoly for the most part. You know what? I will say that in that framework that the railways had a lot of power, absolutely, and the shippers didn't have a lot of recourse. This fixes that problem, and it does it in a very collaborative manner, and shippers appreciate it, and the railways, if they don't appreciate it now, they soon will.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to seek unanimous consent to share my time with the honourable member for Gatineau.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to share time with the member for Gatineau? It appears objectively that the member does have time to share. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with some pleasure that I rise today to address Bill C-52. Perhaps not the best named act I've ever seen, because it suggests in the naming that the problems that face shippers across this country will now be solved. And for those of us that come from particularly the resource sectors of this country, for years we have sat with shippers in the forestry and the farming, in the chemical and the manufacturing industry as they have petitioned us as members of Parliament to do something about the situation. Recently, the coalition of rail shippers was asked and polled as to what their satisfaction was with the service they were receiving from the competitive duopoly as described by the Minister, and 80% of those polled described serious and significant problems with their access to rail. That's not great. So while C-52 is an improvement over the status quo, this has been 5-6 years in the promise and in the waiting, and what we see today is, at best, I can describe as a half measure, because as critical as the Minister pointed out rail service is to the Canadian economy, I think we could emphasize it even more. That 70% of all the goods that we manufacture and sell in this country go by rail. And an efficient economy, and we see that with some of our European partners, have an even higher percentage because it is the most efficient way to move things across borders and across large tracts of land, two things that we contend with here in Canada. And so this monopoly or near monopoly, the Minister described it as duopoly, and I will take this a moment on this because I think this is important for Canadians to realize that if the definition of a competitive marketplace for the Conservative government is what we have in the rail shipping industry, we have a problem. Because not only are there only two significant shippers available to those that are looking to move their product, in many, many regions of the country, there's only one. That the line going to their freight yard, to their farm, to their lumber yard is controlled and wholly owned by one shipper. And if you have a problem with that company, the status quo is terrible, and we've seen it time and again, where I can think of one particular mill in my riding in northwestern BC, Mr. Speaker, in Fort St. James, that has crawled through one of the toughest times in the lumber market perhaps seen ever since BC started shipping wood, and has managed to have the partnership with the union and get concessions on wages and a great partnership with the community, and finally got themselves to a viable place after years of struggle and against all odds. And this is one of those communities that, to say they rely on this industry is an understatement. And at the end of the day, they can't get cars to move their product to market. They have product. They have someone willing to purchase that product. And in between stands a rail company that doesn't seem to care that they made a contractual promise to deliver so many cars on such a date, and the company's waiting days and weeks for the cars to show up. And they've got the wood stacked up in the yard, and they can't sell it. And they're turning to me as their member of parliament. We approach the government with appeals to say what we need is two things. One is we need both the carrot and the stick. We need a way for companies to deal with the shippers in a timely manner, in a costly manner, so that the conflict resolution model isn't onerous and expensive, because, again, smaller companies get penalized under the system. And we also need to see that these large shippers, and CN and CP have had many years now of extraordinary profits since they privatized under the Liberal government in the late 90s. CN has gone to see record profits and is now run primarily out of Texas, and as most Canadians don't realize in terms of the national interest, just because the car has got a Canadian flag on the side, where the cars actually go and to whom and when is decided not necessarily under Canadian interest. But to look to a company and say, last year you received $2.5 billion profit, and we're going to really hit you hard by charging you a $100,000 fine, only if we find a serious and significant problem. Only if the company looking to move their product is willing to pursue this all the way through the near-judicial, quasi-judicial process, and then at the end of the day, maybe you will get fined. Well, to CN, to CP, to these very, very large companies, it may be an easy equation to say, let them go through that dispute resolution, let them pursue it all the way through, because it's more efficient and cost-saving for us to just ignore it, because at the end of the day, the worst-case scenario is we get a $100,000 fine. Well, that may just be the cost of doing business, because they could turn more profit in sending those cars somewhere else, even though they have a signed contract. I guess this is what's frustrating for a lot of shippers, for a lot of these farmers, is they have contracts, and they assume that these contracts mean something, and then at the end of the day, they don't, because they are beholden. The power imbalance is too great. I think what the Minister of State is attempting to do is readjust the power equation a little bit. He mentioned this as much in the answer to one of his questions, that it's got to be recognized that in that key and critical relationship in our economy between those that make the goods and those that ship the goods, there is a disparity of power, and that we need to rebalance the tables a little bit. And often from the New Democrats, we're talking about the underdogs, we're talking about people who have lost their jobs, we're talking about people who have fallen through the social safety net that this government continues to tear up. The underdogs we're talking about here are often major manufacturing outfits in Canada, very significant, large farming interests. You'd think they'd have a lot of sway and power with this government, but for some reason, the duopoly that exists, the major rail companies that exist in this company seem to be able to pull that string on this government and essentially get what they want. So we waited 6 years. I don't know if the minister said whether it was a nanosecond in Ottawa time or in geological time. I'm not sure which. But 5-6 years is not a priority for a government. I mean, there's probably been 90, 100 bills on crime and punishment from this government, and this is the first one we got on rail, again, which moves 70% of the product that we sell around the world. So to call it a priority, I'd hate to see what they think of as not a priority, because it's been a while in the waiting. Now, for some listening, they might think this is one of those rural-urban issues that only really affects those living in the resource sectors of our country, those places that grow the trees and mine the rock and produce the energy and whatnot. But nothing could be more further from the fact that this is one of those issues that crosses over the interests of all Canadians, because if we are unable to move our products to market, either within a province, between provinces, across borders, to those international ports in Prince Rupert and Montreal and Halifax and beyond, if we can't get our products to market in a reasonable time, and when things are not reasonable, find a way to solve those problems between this power imbalance, these two companies essentially, and all of the shippers involved, then it hurts everybody. It hurts people right across the board. The government is seeking to get a balance, and we believe that while this bill is worthy of consideration at committee, that we would hope and pray that the government is open and interested in amendments to this legislation to actually achieve the balance that the minister talked about in his comments. Because as somebody who comes from communities who rely on that line, it is our connection to the world. It is our connection to a viable and secure economic future. When that line is disrupted for whatever reason, either through contracts that are not fulfilled by the rail companies, or there's some, geological disruption, to take some of the minister's time. It is absolutely critical to us, because in today's economy, as competitive as it is, getting products to market at a timely and efficient manner is absolutely essential, because we are competing with the world, and we can. But we need a good infrastructure system. And we used to have governments in Canada of whether more progressive or more conservative persuasions that believed in the necessity to have that strong infrastructure, that was in fact a role of government to pursue and enable the growth of a country. It was a conservative government at the beginning that initiated the dream of a rail line across this country and drove that last spike. But since those times, this version of the Conservatives believe that the role of government is slightly different. Now, here, obviously, what government must do is play referee between what we would argue is an unbalanced playing field. And to this point, looking at a $100,000 fine for companies that are turning billions of profit perhaps suggests to the companies that the incentive isn't there. That when cars don't show up, when cars show up damaged and not useful and late and unable to ship the product that they're contracted for, most businesses, reasonable Canadians, would say, well, then you have a dispute that you would have to file through court. But if they're the only company you can ship with, how often do you think these companies are going to go hard at them? So they come through us. They come through MPs who represent these various constituencies and implore us to do something about it. This is the government's attempt to do something about it. It's taken us a few steps. We insist that the government be open to taking us the rest of the way, so that at the end of the day, because we don't do this very often in Parliament, take on this issue, that we get it right this time. Because even though it may be a nanosecond for the government, this is years of frustration for industry. This is millions of dollars, perhaps billions of dollars lost to the Canadian economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his comments. He referred to an individual in his riding who's had frustration with the railways, and that's fair enough. The best thing, then, to do is to support this legislation, because this legislation does even out the power disparity that you've referred to. It also does it in a way that it will hurt. It's $100,000 per violation, or up to $100,000, and then it increases. It can go up day by day by day, and the process through the quasi-judicial method that we've suggested is not an expensive method. It's designed to be quick, efficient, and cost-effective. So if the member is very concerned about it taking 6 years, may I ask if his party is going to delay this legislation another 6 years, or will they just pass it on, say, unanimous consent?
Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
The minister's own math, another 6 years would be another nanosecond of time, but he overestimates the power of the official opposition just in terms of our ability to stand against legislation. As I said in my comments, we think this bill is worthy to go to committee and see it through the amendment stage. And I guess what we're trying to imagine, and I hope the committee is actually able to get this, is to bring the coalition of rail shippers to the table and go through actual scenarios and see if under this new regime it would be any better. That we don't want to turn around, see this legislation passed, and have those same phone calls from those same farmers, those same lumber companies, the same mining companies saying, you guys passed this legislation, the rails aren't showing up, we don't have our cars again, and the dispute resolution system is going to cost us X, it's going to take this long, and it's not worth it, we're back to square one. So we want to get this right, because again, we don't do it very often. In terms of setting it to committee for that study, we think that's worthy. We hope the government will be open to all witnesses right across the spectrum, and will actually listen to what is being said, so that if we need to strengthen this legislation, which we believe we do, then the government is actually open to that, which hasn't been past practices in this place with this government. Maybe there's a change of heart in the air, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and comment time. The honourable member for West Canada.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In light of this last exchange between the minister and the House leader for the House leader for the NDP, I wonder if there's the beginning of a consensus on the floor of the House here that we could agree to a fairly short debate at second reading on this bill, on the understanding that when the bill does get to the Transport Committee for hearings, that we all agree that every single shipper that wants to be heard on this matter will have the opportunity to present themselves to the committee and get a fair hearing about whether they think this legislation is good enough or not.
Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And something I forgot to mention in my comments, and I know my colleague from Saskatchewan would share this, that the member from Trinity Spadina has been going around community by community and coast to coast talking to those very shippers that he mentions, and has an incredible catalog of who is, under the current situation, is suffering under the regime and what kinds of improvements may be there. An openness from the government. That's not necessarily for me to say, as the government has the majority on that committee in terms of the breadth of our study, and actually we allow people both agreeing and not. It seems to me that we would be interested in that process being open. It hasn't been our experience with the government. If that is what they're looking for on Bill C-52, then clearly the official opposition on this issue is willing to work with the government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a previous transport critic and having faced many interest groups over the years from 2008 to 2011 wanting to see this in place, many small interests, and the absolute intransigence of the government at that time to put it forward. So that nanosecond was stretched out quite long over that time. But what's changed? Well, the Canadian Wheat Board's now gone. We're probably dealing with a situation where there's more pressure on this government to act for the small concerns on the prairies, and I think that's good. But if you're going to take this to committee, I think you really need to take a look at what's happened to the wheat and grain industry across this country since the demise of the Wheat Board and that single desk, which had allowed more pressure on the rail industry.
The honourable member for Skeena Buckley Valley, a quick answer, please.
Yeah, the ideological battle against grain farmers in this country who voted consistently to keep the Wheat Board by this government, somehow they had a mandate to get rid of it, even though farmers consistently in 13 consecutive votes said they wanted to keep it, was something that was incredible to watch this government do time and again. I think, to my friend's point, that the realities facing farmers, particularly now that the government doesn't feel like it has to have this pitted battle with the Wheat Board on those ideological grounds, maybe has finally opened up the floodgates. Because the reality now of bringing Bill C-52 to the table was also the reality 3-4 years ago. It's just gotten somewhat better, according to the minister, but according to the people actually moving the product, 80% of them think things are still intolerable and not acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleagues in this House for allowing me to participate in this debate in the good company of my colleague, the House Leader for the official opposition. This is a bill that is extremely important for the country, Mr. Speaker, because in my opinion, Canada, the Canada which was largely founded on the basis of a railroad that was brought together in that form, and I find we don't often talk about that here in this House, and obviously except for my colleague from Trinity Spadina. But rail transport is a very important thing, so it's very sad to see that Canada, which was created largely thanks to this railroad, well, since the advent of cars, we talk about this less and less, and that's a major error, in my opinion. Over the past 50 years, it's a shame that railways have been basically forgotten. In between minus 40s in the winter and plus 40s in the summer, the high numbers of large trucks cause a lot of damage to our infrastructure, including our roads and bridges. And this is replacements are called for. This creates urban sprawl. We have trouble transporting our goods, and I was shocked when I looked at the statistics around Bill C-52, and I heard about the tireless work done by our member, by our NDP critic, the member for Trinity Spadina, who tabled a bill thereon. 70% of our goods are transported by rail. So there is an entire trade around this, and we're dealing with a government that boasts that it is always there for the economy, that it has action plans, but action plans need to be accompanied by actions and not just words. Now, the Minister of State for Transport was talking about something that takes 5 years, and, you know, that's all very well. And, you know, 5 years is, you know, maybe a nanosecond. I heard them say that, but we cannot just content ourselves with that kind of situation. That is a frustration that I have in this House. Everything takes so much time when we know that the partners agree, when we know exactly what the problem is. Well, then we have to stop playing petty politics and ensure that we are solving problems. That's why we are elected, and that is why we are here in this House. And this is the kind of work that we're supposed to be doing in this regard. And when we are asked by the leader of the second opposition party as to whether we can expedite the process, no one has anything against expediting processes, but provided that we feel that there is a commitment to listening to complaints, to suggestions, not that are made not out of partisanship, but simply to ensure that when we leave this place, we will have a bill that holds water, that will satisfy the needs of small businesses, because we know we need to understand that this is a bill that affects small and medium-sized businesses. So let's, leaving aside the duopoly that the minister referred to, but it's a game that is not always a lot of fun for the small and medium-sized businesses, because this is what I call forced negotiations. It's hard to negotiate with someone who has the big end of the stick. And we know that especially when we know that the heart of our economy depends on rail, there is a serious problem in this regard. There's a problem of a power struggle, and we as parliamentarians must try to diffuse that, because obviously this will be good for small and medium-sized businesses. But who is it going to be good for in the end? Well, for our constituents, for Canadians who need this service to ship their products and who need these products to get to their destination safely and swiftly. Because when you're talking about, obviously, swiftness, you're also talking about lower costs, and I think we have work to do in this regard. So, yes, we're talking about accelerating things. And our House leader was saying, and rightfully so, because I'm the justice critic, so often we make proposals that are not partisan, but simply out of respect for laws, and the conservatives simply block our proposals or our suggestions without even any kind of study. And in my opinion, that is a very deep-rooted democratic problem. We have colleagues for whom these topics are very, very important in their ridings, where they have small and medium-sized businesses, people who benefit from these rail transport services and who want to speak out on these things. And if we listen to them attentively, they have very interesting and important things to say that can be beneficial for the debate. So we have to stop being paranoid or the government has to stop being paranoid and think that if we're speaking out, it's because we want to demolish the enemy. It's simply to improve the debate. My colleague, our House leader, said it very well. The NDP will be supporting this bill at second reading to send it to committee. And I truly hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will pay special attention to this bill and that there will be enough specialized expert witnesses on this topic to give guidance to all parliamentarians to ensure that at the end of the day, when we come back here in the House with our report further to committee study, that we will be reasonably satisfied, at least on our side, that serious work has been done, that we have been listened to, and that people to whom this bill is important will have been heard, will have been listened to, and that we will have the best bill possible under the circumstances to help rail services, which is a fundamental industry to this great and grand country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As it is time to move to statements by members, the honourable member will have a period of questions and comments when we resume debate on this bill. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 23rd of January this year, I had the pleasure of introducing the Minister of State for Transport and the Minister of State for Labour to the Royal Conservatory of Music's Glen Gould School. Students of music go through these schools to perfect their craft and will also contribute to Canada's rich musical heritage. Named after the iconic Canadian pianist, it was announced that this school will be receiving $1.75 million of funding from the Canadian Government, as well as $1.6 million for the National Youth Orchestra Association of Canada and $300,000 for the Canadian Opera Company. These institutions are vital to the cultural vibrancy of Canada and enrich our lives and enrich the lives of countless young Canadians in Don Valley East and elsewhere. This supports the future Canadian cultural leaders in the arts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the residents of the Warren Park area in my riding in marking 165 years since the opening of Lambton House, an historic landmark that was once at the heart of the Humber River mill industry. Residents of Parkdale High Park may remember that in 1954, when Hurricane Hazel swept through Toronto, Lambton House was a critical site in mobilizing rescue initiatives. Historians like Madeleine McDowell, who helped prevent its demolition, Michael Freeman, who helped found Heritage York, and countless volunteers that have worked so hard to preserve and restore this site so that it can be enjoyed for generations to come. I look forward to joining Heritage York tomorrow night in celebrating the rich history of one of the great landmarks of Parkdale High Park.
Statements. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the privilege of hosting a ceremony honouring the recipients of the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medals. From ages 13 to 94, from volunteer service to military service, from philanthropy to the arts, Oshawa's best and brightest took centre stage at the Royal Canadian Legion, Branch 43. The ceremony was an opportunity to recognize and honour the contributions the 30 recipients have made to Oshawa. Their dedication to the community and the example they provide is an inspiration to us all, and they have helped make Oshawa a better place. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Royal Canadian Legion for hosting the event and the volunteers, especially the Royal Canadian Legion's Branch 43 Women's Auxiliary, who helped make this special evening possible. The evening was indeed memorable for all the recipients with their friends and family on hand to share this once-in-a-lifetime event. I was honoured to be able to take part, and I'd like once again to thank all the volunteers for their hard work and the recipients for their contribution to Oshawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, last week Frank Sagan passed away at the age of 82. He was revered by Prince Edward Islanders. Frank was fond of saying that there are three types of people: those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who don't know what happened. Frank was clearly in category number one. He was a city councillor and then mayor of Charlottetown. He was the charter president of the Hillsborough Rotary Club and the Paul Harris Fellow. He helped create the Rotary Youth Parliament. He spent much of his career in leadership roles at Holland College and in the administration of then Premier Joe Giz. he was truly a mentor to many in public office, including my wife Kathleen and myself. Frank authored 3 books, held an honorary degree from UPEI, and was a member of the Order of Prince Edward Island. His wife of 50 years, Janet, and his boys, Stephen, Kenneth, Bruce, and Albert, can be rightly proud that Frank Zakem left everything he touched better than he found it. I count myself among the many who are grateful to have been in his company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today I'm honoured to pay tribute to the life of Lucy Miskey, who passed away on Monday at the age of 98. A life as long as Lucy's, when it is lived as well and as fully as she lived, is something to be celebrated. Lucy was a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother of 10, and here's something you don't hear very often, a great-great-grandmother. As you can imagine, family was important to Lucy, and she was important to her family. But today I want to commemorate Lucy's contribution to her community. She lived her whole life, her whole long life, within a few miles of her birthplace in beautiful Van Acker. And like a tree that spreads its roots and canopy ever more widely with the passage of the years, she provided a rootedness and a foundation for the entire community and a sense of continuity between past and present. Across Canada, communities are defined by people like Lucy Miskey and carry on, richer with each passing generation because of people like her. We honour Lucy today and pray that she will always be remembered.
L'honorable député de Verchères.
The honourable member for Verchères les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, a large number of people in my riding have come to see me about problems with erosion of their properties on the banks of the St. Lawrence River. Although their situations varied, the common denominator was government indifference and inaction. In the 60s, the federal government built walls out of stone and concrete to protect the shoreline against wave erosion. That was true for Verchères in my riding, but over a long time the government for a long time the government maintained those facilities to make sure they were in a good state, but for the past few years that work has stopped and people have been left to fend for themselves. This government has decided that fighting erosion is not a priority any longer. The more the government waits, the more costly it is to residents and the more serious the erosion. Not just the Conservative government, not only is the Conservative government turning a blind eye to this situation, but they're trying to pass the buck to Quebec. This government has lost all credibility. The erosion problem is under federal jurisdiction.
A great story from the Great Kenora Riding. Dr. Yvon Gagnon, a well-respected general practitioner from Vermilion Bay, has been honoured with the Council Award by the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario for demonstrating excellence in the medical field. Dr. Gagnon is the founder of the Points North Family Health Team in the Vermilion Bay area. He providing leadership and quality health care for residents and their families who reside outside of the urban centres and away from the larger health facilities. As a former nurse in many northern communities, I appreciate the great work that Dr. Gagnon does for our constituents. His passion to provide excellent health care sets a high standard for physicians across the region. Health care in the rural areas of my riding is critical to constituents, and that's why our government has invested in programs like the Student Loan Forgiveness Program to get quality physicians and nurses in the north. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Gagnon and his achievements are just another example of what's so great about the Great Kenora Riding.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
My purpose in politics is, in my own small way, to help expand freedom so that each can earn success, take responsibility for their life, and own their destiny. With the debt crises in Europe and the United States brought on by excessive government spending, Canada will need to have a strong free economy where citizens are unencumbered by the heavy weight of government and can earn and enjoy the success of their efforts. For this to be possible, government should only do what only government can do, and free people should do the rest. We've moved in this direction with lower taxes, spending restraint, elimination of red tape. The result is 900,000 net new jobs, 75% of them in the private sector, 90% of them full-time. The OECD and IMF saying that Canada will lead the G7 in economic growth. Freedom works.
L'honorable député de Saint-Bruno.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. February is Heart Month in Canada. Heart disease causes many avoidable deaths. Heart disease kills one person every 7 minutes and is the leading cause of death for women. There are a number of factors contributing to heart disease, including the lack of physical exercise and poor nutrition. Sodium is also a major factor. Canadians consume twice the recommended dose of sodium by Health Canada. By reducing their consumption of sodium, we could avoid at least 10,000 deaths and 23,000 heart incidents per year. That's why we need a national sodium reduction strategy, such as the one in Bill C-460, put forward by my colleague from Vancouver East, so that Canadians are able to make an informed choice for their own heart health. Thank you.
Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents and Canadians across the country share great pride in our nation's history. Over the next few years, we will commemorate many significant events and remember the individuals who fought and sacrificed to make Canada the strong nation it is today. We have already begun commemorating the conception of our country during the War of 1812, and we will soon begin to look back on the centennial of the First World War and its key events, such as Vimy. We, of course, can't forget the 200th anniversary of our founding father, Sir John A. Macdonald. Now, unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't think Canadians should commemorate these important events. In fact, he said that our attempt to bring attention to this great history was an act of jingoism. We wholly reject these comments by the Leader of the NDP, and on this side of the House, we will continue to proudly celebrate our nation's history here in the capital and across the country. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. No, member for Jean-Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of Black History Month. It is an opportunity for Canadians to learn more about their neighbours of African descent, their full, rich, yet unknown and undiscovered stories. It is a history that stretches back as far as Matthew DaCosta and the so-called Black Loyalists, the men and women who stood by their British brothers and sisters as free persons and built a nation known as Canada. There are names such as Dr. Anderson Ruffin Abbott, the first Black Canadian-born licensed surgeon who also served with thousands of other African Canadians in the American Civil War. And Dr. Abbott was part of a select few that stood vigil over Abraham Lincoln, keeping notes on his condition until his death. African Canadian history did not start with the immigration wave of the 50s and 60s, nor did it start with the Underground Railroad. African Canadian history is older than Canada itself. This Black History Month, I urge all Canadians from this House and beyond to take a moment to learn something new about your neighbours. You might just be surprised.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the many achievements and contributions of people of African and Caribbean descent have helped make Canada the culturally diverse, prosperous, and free country it is today. And that is why the month of February is celebrated across Canada as Black History Month. And this year we are paying special tribute to the achievements of Black Canadians in the area of law enforcement, both past policing pioneers and present leaders who have distinguished themselves by their commitment to serve and protect Canadians. It brings to mind two from my riding, Ted Upshaw and the late Robbie Jones, a lifelong friend of mine who both served this country and their community as valued police officers. Canadians from throughout Canada will be participating in events and festivities taking place in their communities this year to celebrate Black History Month. We encourage everyone to take the time to recognize the vital role that Black Canadians have played in building Canada and have shaped our national identity. I also want to congratulate a new group in my riding called Community Strong, a group dedicated to their community and dedicated to cultural development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, on this, the first day of Black History Month, I stand in the House to honour Canada's first Black female mayor. Doreen Lewis was many things: a role model, mentor, community leader, businesswoman, and educator. She was also an inspiration for many Nova Scotians and a resident of Halifax West whom I deeply respected and admired. Sadly, Ms. Lewis died Saturday at the age of 69. As the Halifax Chronicle Herald correctly stated, She was the champion of a fine world, where all of us are respected as persons and judged on our merits, and where leadership is about being creative, stretching your abilities, and doing a good job as the representative of everyone, of the whole community. I would ask all my colleagues to join me in extending condolences to her family and in saying a fond farewell to Doreen Lewis, a truly inspiring woman.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's economic growth is another indication that Canada is on the right track and our government's economic action plan is working. With over 900,000 net new jobs created since July 2009, Canada has seen a better recovery than other G7 nations. We will continue with our plan to create jobs, foster growth, and long-term prosperity. Unfortunately, the leader of the NDP and his party do not share these same priorities. Their priority? A $21 billion carbon tax that would hurt the economy and hurt Canadian families. Canadians don't want to pay more for their gas, groceries, and electricity. They reject the NDP's hidden tax scheme. When will the NDP leader come clean and admit that his $21 billion carbon tax will hurt Canada's strong economic growth and raise the cost on all goods and services consumed by Canadians?
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, since I arrived here in the House, I've heard and seen some pretty ridiculous conservative things on abortion, but nothing prepared me for the letters that were sent this week. 3 Conservative members, just men obviously, wrote to the RCMP asking them to investigate certain abortions which they viewed as murders. Those 3 musketeers, pathetic as they are, would destroy women's rights. They obviously haven't understood that this file has been settled and solved for a long time, threatening women with jail time because they've had an abortion, because they are deciding what to do with their own bodies, calling them murderers when they've already got some high emotion to deal with. It's irresponsible, dangerous, and unworthy of a parliamentarian, and frankly, disgusting. If the Prime Minister is telling the truth and he doesn't want to open this debate again, he should stop condoning their activities with his silence and say that this type of thing is backward and unacceptable. Otherwise, what they've done will reflect on him too.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, just the other day, the NDP leader spoke up in the House about job prospects for Canadian students. Without any sense of irony, he called on the government to do more to help make jobs available to them. Of course, our government's priority is job creation and economic prosperity. In fact, the Canadian economy has created more than 900,000 net new jobs since the end of the recession. That is the best record of all G7 countries. What the NDP leader failed to realize is that while he was calling on us to do more to help make jobs available for his cornerstone policy will kill thousands of jobs and put hard-working Canadians out of work. The NDP leader's $21 billion carbon-killing tax would raise the price of everything from gas to groceries to electricity. His job-killing carbon tax would stop economic growth and put so many Canadians out of work. Canadian students deserve better than the NDP leader's $21 billion carbon tax that would kill jobs and economic growth. That is why our government will always stand up against this disastrous NDP policy, and why our Conservative government will continue to stand up for Canadian students. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Conservative talking points claim otherwise, the reality is our economy continues to struggle. Growth is stagnating, debt is mounting, youth unemployment is still at record highs, and 6 of the biggest banks had their credit ratings cut. And yesterday, we saw new mass layoffs of hundreds of workers from Best Buy, Future Shop, and Sears. With signs of economic trouble all around, why aren't the Conservatives changing direction to deal with these new challenges?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
There is no doubt that there are many Canadians looking for work, but there are a lot less than there was just a few short months ago. We've seen 900,000 net new jobs created. That is a very good start, but it is why our party and our government are committed to doing even more to create jobs, hope and opportunity. We saw the November economic growth rates, a substantial increase in economic growth, and we remain committed and focused on even more so that every Canadian will have the dignity of a job and the pride of being independent.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
It doesn't tell us that employment is still not back up to pre-recession levels.
That's right.
And as our slowing economy means more and more Canadians are being laid off and thrown out of work, Conservatives are rigging the system with quotas and bonuses so fewer and fewer people qualify for EI. They have directed staff to treat every EI applicant as if they were breaking the rules. Why are they treating unemployed Canadians like fraudsters?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, it won't come as any surprise to you that I totally reject the premise of that question. We have made a number of reforms to employment insurance to ensure that we provide people with the skills that they need, the supports they need to move into the labour force. That's something that's tremendously important. HRSDC was able to stop $530 million in ineligible payments last year. However, the employment insurance program still lost thousands of jobs, thousands of millions of dollars due to fraud. We have an important responsibility to the people who paid the premiums, the workers, to ensure that their taxpayers' dollars are used with great respect and responsibly.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. These so-called reforms are actually hurting people. Conservatives are turning employment insurance denial into a growth industry. So what's next? A set of steak knives for the agent who cuts the most people off EI? Maybe bonuses for the longest application delays? Why have they forgotten that EI belongs to the workers who paid into it? When will they stop treating the victims of this economic slowdown as though they were criminals?
The Honourable Member of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the member for Vancouver East. I don't have a lot of respect for that question and the way she put it. We are making reforms to employment insurance to help more Canadians move from employment insurance back into the labour force so they can provide for themselves and their family the dignity of a job. We provided substantial supports in that regard. There are no quotas. The member opposite is completely wrong. The only people who lose if the opposition stops us from rooting out EI fraud are the hardworking Canadians who are paying the price.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, we've learned this morning of the existence at Service Canada of quotas on EI, benefits that are to be cut. We're talking about $40,000 per month per investigator. And for Conservatives, all unemployed people are fraudsters. That's why they're calling on officials to cut the maximum benefits to workers who've paid into EI all their life. Why is the Minister of Human Resources treating all unemployed people as if they were criminals?
Member for Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. There is no quota for employees in the department. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that the department has put an end to the paying out of $535 million in ineligible benefits last year. The EI program lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because of fraud in the past. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, what the Minister simply doesn't understand is that officials at Service Canada are there to help applicants, not to be hunted down like criminals. Furthermore, employment insurance is an insurance paid into by employers and employees and not another slush fund for the government to use as it sees fit. At a time when the Prime Minister is meeting with the Premier of Quebec, can the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs confirm that this matter of quotas will be addressed? The Honourable Minister. As for the EI system, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to note that, once again, the NDP is supporting the bad guys. The only people Who will be losing out here is the opposition. We encourage them to support measures to fight fraud, because there are Canadians respecting and abiding by the rules.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, there were major job losses in Canada yesterday with the closure of Best Buy, Future Shop and other retail operations. The sales staff in those stores were largely young people, smart, tech-savvy, getting their first job experience. And now those jobs are gone, hundreds of them. At a time when youth employment remains at punishing recession-like levels, draining more than $1 billion every year from Canadian incomes, what new initiatives is this government prepared to launch to give some hope and some help to jobless young Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, this government's brought forward a comprehensive job strategy to help all Canadians move back into the labour force. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is more than 900,000 Canadians have found work since the bottom of the recession. Statistics Canada released economic growth numbers for November, and the economy grew well in November, but there is still much work to be done. We're going to build on initiatives that we've made, like the Youth Employment Strategy that has helped 50,000 students, permanent increase to Canada's Summer Jobs Program, helping 36,000 students, the Pathways to Education Program, helping 10,000. But every single time we stood up to help young people, the Liberal Party voted against these important measures.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Well, Mr. Speaker, despite that spin, 225,000 fewer young Canadians are working today than before the recession. 45,000 more are jobless. 185,000 more have just given up altogether. For young Canadians, there is still a recession. Will the government stop increasing job-killing EI payroll taxes at the rate of $600 million every year? And will they provide specific incentives to hire young Canadians, especially in their first jobs? Will those things be in the budget?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
I confirm to you, Mr. Speaker, confirm to all members of this House and to all Canadians that job creation and economic growth for every single Canadian looking for a job will continue to be the centrepiece of this government's economic strategy. We have, when it comes to young people, we have one of the lowest youth unemployment rates in the G7. If you look at some countries in Europe, they have staggering youth unemployment numbers. As long as there's one single young person in Canada looking for work, this government will remain focused on ensuring that they have the dignity of a job and the pride of independence.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, even worse than young Canadians, the education and job numbers for Aboriginal people are appalling. That's partly because the government has a cap on the numbers of First Nations youth who can get into post-secondary education every year, and the federal investment in the K-12 learning of First Nations children on reserve is only a fraction of what provincial governments invest per child in non-Aboriginal kids. No amount of jiggery-pokery with the arithmetic will change that hard fact. Will the government fix both the gap and the cap in this year's budget?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this government has a strong record when it comes to supporting Aboriginal Canadians. We have helped fund over 100,000 First Nations students. We're consulting with First Nations on a First Nations Education Act. We've built or renovated 260 schools on reserve in this country, Mr. Speaker. We are focused on improving the lives of Aboriginal Canadians and, just as important, on improving accountability and on improving transparency, where the Liberal Party has not supported our efforts in that regard.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, a question for the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. The issue of employment insurance will be at the heart of the meeting between the Conservative Prime Minister and the Premier of Quebec. Since announcements made on reforms to EI, workers have been demonstrating throughout Quebec to denounce the consequences. The government didn't consult the provinces before reforming the system. What will the Minister of or can the Minister of Governmental Affairs tell us what they are going to do to resolve the problem that they created? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reform to the employment insurance system are in place to help people to find a job in their area. of skill and in their regions. Mr. Speaker, the EI system is under federal jurisdiction and has been since 1940. We will continue to work with all of the provinces to fulfill our common objectives, which are job creation.
Valley.
I take it that the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs won't take to his feet and answer questions about intergovernmental affairs means that he's doing his job as well in the new year as he was doing in the last. The Prime Minister meets with the Premier of Quebec today on the heels of breaking news about troubling quotas being put on the backs of Canadians who need their services. This on top of previous decisions to reduce eligibility and cut benefits. Given that he hasn't consulted the provinces, can the minister tell us if the Prime Minister will ask the Premier of Quebec today for her views on Conservative cuts and quotas to the employment insurance program?
The Honourable Minister for Human
Well, Mr. Speaker, to set the record straight, I am the minister responsible for employment insurance. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that what we're doing is making it more responsive to the needs of Canadians who want to find work. We're helping them identify those jobs. But as for what the rest of what the members said, let's face it, there are no individual quotas for employees of HRSD who are looking at EI. But if it were up to the opposition, then there would be the only people who would lose. Who would lose out are those who are paying into the system, who are following the rules, because the opposition doesn't want us to root out the fraud that's in the system.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, just before Christmas, the Minister announced consultations would start on First Nations education. Dates and locations for these meetings were picked by the staff at the department and published on the website. Now First Nations educators are saying that they would like some of those dates to be moved to allow them more time to develop their proposals, but the government answer is no. Improving economic outcomes for all Aboriginal peoples depends on a respectful relationship. Is this how the government works with willing partners?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, the Minister launched an intensive consultation process that will take place with First Nations parents, students, leaders, and educators from coast to coast to coast. The first of these intensive consultation sessions took place last week, and the Minister has written to every community to invite them to these sessions. Their input will be critical to the development of First Nations Education Act and planning, which will help ensure that First Nations students have the same ability and access to a quality education just like every other student.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. To rebuild the relationship with Aboriginal people, we need to see concrete, real action. That's what we proposed yesterday with our motion to make Aboriginal issues a priority in Budget 2013. But the Prime Minister didn't make it a priority in his remarks to his own caucus. So, with a view to clarifying, perhaps the Minister can tell us if there is support for this motion and if they will in fact walk the talk.
Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal
The budget, like the action plan, will focus on job creation and will offer all Canadians, including Aboriginals, protection for treaty rights. Treaty rights will be part are clearly identified under our Constitution. Canada has accepted the declaration which outlines the aspirations of Aboriginal peoples. We are taking a positive step forward to strengthen relations with Aboriginal peoples. We will continue to make important investments in the lives of Aboriginals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, with the chairmanship of the Arctic Council, it looks like the Conservatives may once again tarnish Canada's reputation on the world stage. The effects of climate change, the massive loss of Arctic sea ice, are creating urgent issues in the Arctic which require international cooperation. But last week in Norway, the Arctic minister said Canada's focus will be on business. Why is this government wasting the world's time by using this important forum to advance corporate interests?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this coming from a member who openly mused last week in Yellowknife, where I was, that Northwest Territories didn't need any more jobs. Canada's north is home to world-class reserves of natural resources. This represents tremendous economic potential, not just for Northerners, but for all Canadians. That's why we're working with Aboriginal groups, the territorial governments and the private sector to ensure that those resources are developed in a sustainable manner. We have strong laws and regulatory frameworks to protect our environment in the north. We want Northerners to be able to benefit today and for generations to come for jobs and economic growth in the north.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say the official opposition is quite pleased that the Minister for Science and Innovation reversed course on his policy of hiding details of a $20 million government loans program. But of course, Mr. Speaker, this happened only after the Conservatives were caught red-handed by the NDP. Now that the Minister has decided or appears to embrace transparency, will he inform the House of what other programs or funds that he needs to give full disclosure on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Independent Community Futures Development corporations have been around for 25 years. These corporations are subject to contribution agreements with the government and are subject also to audits. But on the question of jobs, Mr. Speaker, we have in this country almost 1 million net new jobs since July 2009. The OECD and the IMF say that Canada will be among the leaders in the G7. Taxes are going down and jobs are going up.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for the Southern Ontario Fund for Investment in Innovation defended the slush fund worth $20 million. But following questions from the NDP and realizing that our concerns were justified, the Minister did an about-face. Finally, a Conservative minister who's prepared to listen to advice from the NDP on transparency issues. That's quite a change. However, the question remains, why did they put that slush fund in place in the first place? And why were they so persistent to defending what couldn't be defended in the House yesterday? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, the organizations have been in place for 25 years. They are audited and accountable.
Question of job creation. We have a low-tax plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, which is succeeding across this country. It's the reason why the President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce says that the Canadian miracle is something that America and the rest of the world need to follow.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Canadians are fed up with Conservative ministers being caught red-handed one after the others, and getting off scot-free, despite their blatant violation of ethical rules. The Commissioner, or the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, has also found that this has gone on long enough. She's demanding for increased powers to impose fines. She doesn't want studies, but powers. Will the Conservatives agree to grant this request by the Commissioner?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it was our government, the Harper government, in fact, that created the Conflict of Interest Acts after 13 years of Liberal scandals and mismanagement. We look forward to reviewing recommendations from the Ethics Committee once the report is completed.
The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, the rules are worth the paper they're written on if they're not going to be enforced, Mr. Speaker, and that's where this government is. Now, claiming that ministerial ethics rules shouldn't apply to Conservative ministers, the Conflict of Interest Act and the Prime Minister's guidelines for ministers have specific rules laid out. Now, the Ethics Commissioner has made it clear that Conservatives broke those rules. Now, Canadians deserve much better from their ministers. Now, since the House Leader won't explain this rule-breaking, will he explain now how a minister, writing on behalf of a Conservative donor who doesn't live in his riding, is the job of a local MP?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this week earlier I read letters from the member of Timmins James Bay, the party's ethics critic, and the party's heritage critic supporting an application from AVR Radio. They did this after the executive vice president and the president of AVR Radio made financial contributions to the NDP. I don't believe that the executive members, these executives from AVR Radio, live in either of their constituencies either. Perhaps he should examine those questions.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, the government finally committed to compensating provinces for seniors who are forced onto social assistance through their detrimental initiative to delay OAS to the age of 67. It must now commit to compensating provinces for EI because its outright attack on seasonal workers will force them onto social assistance. Will the provinces once again have to pick up the bill for the government's antisocial policies? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is completely the opposite. By helping people to find longer-term jobs in the regions, in their areas, social assistance paid by the provinces will decrease. There is a shortage, Mr. Speaker, of skilled workers throughout the country. And that's why we are taking steps to connect people to jobs that are out there. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Speaker, the Senate's Reform Bill C7 is a unusual attempt to impose on Canada a stalemate between two elected chambers in addition to terribly underrepresented Alberta and British Columbia. Dangerous for Canada, the whole plan is on shaky constitutional grounds. Will the Minister of Democratic Reform announce today that this ill-conceived Senate reform will finally be referred to the Supreme Court, something that the Liberal Party requested since June 2007?
Honourable Minister for Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no advice, no lessons from the Liberals and that member who, in the time that they were in government, did nothing to advance Senate reform. Our government tabled Senate Reform Act to limit the terms of senators and to give Canadians a say in who represents them in the Senate. We are committed to making the Senate more democratic, accountable, and representative of Canadians. And I'll remind that member, this legislation is already being considered by the courts.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, this week I heard from a constituent who called his wireless provider in early December to cancel a cell phone contract that was set to expire in January. A few days ago, he received a notice saying he continued to be charged until February, an extra month. Consumers are fed up with this kind of treatment. They're sick of getting bullied into sticking with unfair and unfavorable contracts with threats of huge cancellation fees. When will the government start defending consumers and put a stop to outrageous fees for cell phone contract cancellations?
Good question.
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Industrie.
Honourable Minister of Industry. Huge steps from 2008 to make sure that we improve, that we enhance competition and that we enhance investment in this country in terms of wireless technology. And Mr. Speaker, my colleagues know that the issue that he raises under the CRDC watch, and CRDC is indeed conducting a public proceeding to determine whether intervention is required to develop a national wireless services consumer protection code, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment at this time since the CRDC is an independent regulatory agency which operates at arm's length from the government.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, our closest allies have delivered a stinging rebuke to this government for its security lapses and failures. In the aftermath of Jeffrey Delisle's espionage, which went undetected for 4 years, our closest allies are thinking twice about sharing their intelligence with us. This is a real threat to our national security, to our relationship with our allies, with countries like the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. Very simple question. What is the government doing to address this situation?
Oh, good question.
Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
That the NDP had enough respect for our judicial system and the fundamental rights of accused in Canada to not interfere in a matter that is before the court. It would be inappropriate for me to discuss this matter as it is before the court.
The Honourable Member for Louis Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's testimony contradicts what was said by the Minister of Defence, that the Delisle case did not harm our ability to exchange intelligence with our allies. The General said that the Minister was not aware of the extent of the damage when he made these comments. But the reality is that our allies want to expel us from the Five Eyes intelligence system. Mr. Speaker, if those aren't negative consequences, then what are? Mr. Speaker, what measures will be taken to repair the seriously undermined relationship in this case?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say the same thing in both languages. It is clear that the question that has been raised concerns something that is before the courts at this time, and the member should realize that it is utterly inappropriate to comment on a case that is currently before the courts, and so we're not going to.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Canadian women were horrified to read a letter from 3 Conservative members of Parliament that equate abortion with murder. The Prime Minister claims that he doesn't want the abortion debate to be reopened, yet time and time again, members of his caucus put this issue on the front page. A woman's right to choose is not up for debate in Canada, directly or otherwise. Will the minister clearly tell his caucus that abortion is not murder?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister made it very clear yesterday that we are not reopening the debate on abortion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Abortion is legal in Canada, but the Conservatives continue to attack the rights of women to choose. The call for an investigation into abortion as if it was murder is unacceptable and appalling. Mr. Speaker, the right of women to choose is non-negotiable. The Prime Minister said that the Conservatives would not reopen the debate on abortion. So if that is the case, will one of the members responsible for the letter to the RCMP confirm that they will stop their attacks on the rights of women?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Asked and answered, but I'll say it again more slowly. We are not opening the debate on abortion.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, day after day, the NDP leader talks down the Canadian economy and attacks Canada's economic record. If the NDP had their way, big government and big union bosses would dictate private businesses' every move. And the NDP would impose massive tax hikes, bankrupting business and throwing Canadians out of work. Could the Minister of State for Finance please explain how the NDP's anti-business, high-tax agenda threatens Canada's economy and Canadian workers? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for that question. Unlike the NDP, we actually believe in the Canadian economy. We continue to support the Canadian economy to help it grow. We believe that by leaving more money in Canadians' pockets, they can actually help the Canadian economy grow and help grow jobs. In fact, through what we've put forward in policies, Canadian families have over $3,000 per family more in their pocket. Unlike the NDP, we will encourage Canadians to invest. Through that, Mr. Speaker, through the businesses in Canada, we've created over 900,000 net new jobs since the end.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, 60 workers from Best Buy in Sherbrooke lost their jobs yesterday after the business closed suddenly. This shows that despite the Conservative rhetoric, Canada's economy is stagnating and good jobs are hard to find and keep, and that is why our social safety net exists, to help workers in difficulty like those from Best Buy in Sherbrooke. If the Conservatives are incapable of creating conditions favourable to job growth and economic growth, could they at least stop sabotaging EI? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, obviously our thoughts are with the families and workers, but once again, Mr. Speaker, we have put in place an economic action plan that addresses all of our economy. We have 900,000 net new jobs that have been created since the recession, Mr. Speaker, and that is what helps build a favorable environment to do business in, and that has been recognized globally, but is certainly not by imposing a $21 billion carbon tax that businesses will be able to stay open or even attract new investment, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Pontiac, the Conservative EI reform is negatively affecting the forestry and tourism industry workers. The unemployment rate in two of the RMCs and CMs in my riding is over 10%. The unemployed are trying to find jobs, but within an hour around them, it is impossible. Employers need qualified workers, but the changes announced by the minister will create an exodus. It will destroy the economy and the heritage of my region. The minister says that she has not put in place a reform, but we are feeling the consequences. What does she have to say to the numerous families in Pontiac who are affected? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, the reforms are simply to specify the responsibilities of EI recipients, responsibilities that come with the receipt of employment insurance. They need to make a responsible effort to seek suitable work in their region and in the area of their skills. And, Mr. Speaker, we are helping these people find work with our alert systems and our job bank systems that have been improved, but if there is no suitable employment, the employment insurance will help these people, as it has always done.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Not only are the Conservatives turning a blind eye to all those being thrown out of work, they have now set quotas for more cuts. It doesn't matter that you've paid into EI your whole life. The Conservatives have now set quotas for EI investigators to further reduce EI benefits. In fact, they are required to save almost $150 million through those quotas. After failing to create jobs, why are they reducing EI eligibility and instituting quotas for further gutting EI?
The Honourable Minister for Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here we go again. Once again, the NDP is protecting the bad guys. Mr. Speaker, HRST was able to stop $530 million in ineligible payments of EI last year. Even with that, the Employment Insurance Fund actually still lost hundreds of millions of dollars more due to fraud. Due to fraud by people that the NDP are now protecting. Mr. Speaker, the only people who lose if the opposition stops this rooting out fraud in EI are the Canadians who are playing by the rules.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Instead of calling EI recipients bad guys, this minister needs to be honest with Canadians. The government is forcing hard-working Canadians to travel farther and accept less pay for their work. They cut benefits and reduce eligibility. Conservatives fail to create jobs but take absolutely no responsibility. Instead, they set quotas for cutting more people off EI and quotas for reducing benefits. Service Canada staff should be rewarded for helping people in need, not receive bonuses for cutting people off EI. Why are they adding insult to injury for out-of-work Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the insulting that's going on is by the NDP, and it's directed towards those Canadians who are claiming EI, who are responsibly looking for a job, and who are playing by the rules. Those are the people that are being insulted by the NDP. Mr. Speaker, we're helping Canadians get back to work with our economic action plan, with an enhanced job alert system, with a much broader job bank. But, Mr. Speaker, we must root out the fraud that's in the EI system. It's costing hundreds of millions of dollars, and that cost is being borne by workers and employers. That must stop.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Vancouver South Centre.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, last month the Minister of Labour announced, with much fanfare, her support for the healthy workplace guidelines recommended by the Canadian Mental Health Commission. But as usual with this government, it was all lip service and no action. So will this minister take the lead, put her money where her mouth is, and will she implement the guidelines in the public service now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This minister has been a personal example of why we need to have this type of workplace safety and psychological health and safety measures, not only in the public service, but also for the public. I encourage the member opposite to go and look at what this minister has done to make sure that Canadians understand how important it is to be focused in the workplace on psychological and workplace safety. This minister is doing an outstanding job. I encourage this member opposite to support her intervention.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the Arctic is one of the most fragile and sensitive regions in the world. Moreover, 2012 was a devastating year for the loss of sea ice, spring snow cover, and the melting of Greenland's ice sheet. As the Minister of Health takes the helm of the Arctic Council, will she allow the continued gutting of environmental protection or finally stand up for responsible environmental stewardship?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a new year, and I get one more chance to talk to you about my colleague opposite about her government's record on climate change, including the fact that under the Liberal government, our greenhouse gas emissions rose by 30%. Instead, by contrast, our government has put in place a sector-by-sector regulatory approach, including being one of the first countries in the world to regulate the coal-fired electricity sector, where we've seen our greenhouse gas emissions stabilize, actually decrease, while our economy grows. We've taken numerous actions in the Arctic on climate change and in adaptation and mitigation. We are the ones getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative war on science has a new target. This time it's the National Research Council. NRC research and spin-offs drive Canadian innovation, but now we hear it's on the chopping block, folded into something called Advantage Canada. Can the minister tell us what will happen to the 1,005 scientists working at the NRC, and how many of these scientists are going to be fired?
Why do you hate The Honourable Minister for Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking the steps to transform the NRC into a customer-focused, world-class organization in science and innovation, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to science, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any lesson to take from the NDP. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we put $8 billion new in science and technology since 2007. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? They voted all against this new funding, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Midi. The Conservatives say one thing but do another. They say that they want research and development to be expanded, and yet they refuse to be transparent with regard to their plans for the National Research Council. Once again, they're hiding behind closed doors to secretly plan the dismantling of one of the largest research institutions in this country. What are they trying to hide? How many scientists will lose their jobs? Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I think we can't be more transparent than that. We said in our last budget that we were transforming the National Research Council to have a more customer-focused and industry-focused approach to create economic activity, Mr. Speaker. It's as simple as that. But let's talk about transparency. How can the NDP explain that they voted against all the new funding measures when it's $8 billion that have been invested in science and technology since 2007? They've always voted against that. So they should be transparent and explain their flip-flop to voters.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the Keystone XL project will create massive jobs and economic growth across Canada and the United States. Canada benefits from increased development and getting a world price for our oil, while the U.S. will benefit from energy security from an important ally. The NDP, of course, are opposed to the Keystone XL. They're opposed also to Canadian jobs and opposed to Canadian growth. Mr. Speaker, could the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House on the latest endorsement of this important economic project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Cariboo, Prince George, for his great work on this file. Mr. Speaker, Canadians
need to know that Nature magazine, the voice of the environmental scientific community and the most cited scientific journal in the world, has endorsed Keystone XL pipeline. That the President should, and they say, face down critics of the project and improve this important project. While this well-recognized voice on environmental issues joins Canada's side, the NDP continue to oppose a project that will create 140,000 jobs for Canada. Canadians know that we need to diversify our export markets. Mr. Speaker, when will the NDP finally stop supporting foreign interests that want to destroy Canadian jobs?
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, the unrelenting horror in Syria continues with yet more mass atrocity as hundreds of bodies are pulled from rivers around Aleppo and beyond. Yet when over 50 countries called on the UN Security Council to refer the criminality in Syria to the International Criminal Court, Canada was absent. The Minister of Foreign Affairs now says the matter should be left up to the Syrian people, contradicting the government's former and correct position that Assad must be held accountable for his actions. When will the government reconsider its position and join this urgent international call for justice on behalf of the Syrian people under assault and pursuant to our international legal responsibilities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
My friend from Mount Royal for the question. Indeed, last month, 50 countries did call for Assad to face justice at the International Criminal Court. I'm pleased that they joined me because I did it 6 months ago when I said what Assad needs to be facing is the International Criminal Court to face charges for committing crimes against humanity. I did that on July the 6th, 2012.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the shortage of drugs is getting worse in this country. This shortage is now forcing physicians to change the prescriptions they give to their patients. Worse still, pharmacists are forced to spend more and more time countering the effects of this shortage, which puts them under a lot of pressure. And therefore, this reduces these services being offered to Canadians. This is absolutely unacceptable and downright dangerous. Despite repeated calls by the NDP, the minister has done nothing. What is she waiting for to settle this urgent matter, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the drug shortages is a very complex global problem, and our role is to enforce the safety of drugs before they enter the market. In the past, shortages have resulted from decisions made by provinces and the territories to sole source drug contracts. To solve this problem, all levels of government will have to work together, and that's why at last year's health ministers' meeting, it was encouraging to hear that all ministers agreed to work collaboratively on the file.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken strong action to ensure that prisoners are held accountable for their actions. Shockingly, a group of convicted criminals in Canada has attempted to form a prisoners' union. Now, apparently, the purpose of this prisoners' union is to protect convicted criminals from unfair labour practices while they're incarcerated. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety please update Canadians on our government's position on this matter?
Unreal. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Corrections.
Mr. Speaker, the suggestion that prisoners should have the right to unionize is just plain wrong, and most Canadians would see it as plain wrong. We welcome the common sense decision of the Public Service Labour Relations Board that unions are indeed not necessary for convicted criminals. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Since 2006, over 21,000 family farms have disappeared. This is a very sad record on the part of the Conservatives. Even though small and medium-sized farms are struggling, the Conservatives continue to attack risk management programs. The New Democrats believe that it is high time to set up a national food strategy to ensure the economic future of family farms and rural communities. Mr. Speaker, will the Conservatives finally assume a leadership role in the protection of family farms and seasonal industries that are at the very economic heart of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are proud that our program includes a national and agricultural food strategy. Thanks to scientific principles, we are focused more and more on markets, and we offer healthy, quality Canadian products that are needed here and abroad. And to feed the world, we will have to learn to obtain a better yield with less. Biotechnology is the means that will help us get there. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the economy is the alleged priority of the Prime Minister, and he'll be discussing that with the Premier today. She'll be discussing the effects of the EI reform that have hit families in all regions hard. I might remind you that because of the type of its economy and the specific features of its territory, Quebec has 40% of seasonal workers. The government claims to be open. Will it prove it by promising to review its ideological EI reform? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member should know that employment insurance is under federal purview, and it has been so for many decades. The employment insurance is available to recipients if they can show that they are seeking reasonable work in their region and in their area of skills. If they cannot find it, despite the help they give them, well, then EI will be there for them as always. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. What is sad, Mr. Speaker, is to hear the Minister being so insensitive about the disaster she created. The Premier of Quebec is putting all her cards on the table by showing her intention to discuss Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, worker training, and the application of the criminal code. These are in addition to ongoing demands such as the gun registry, funding for Churchill, and protection of immigration and culture powers. Will the government take advantage of today's meeting to settle these matters and show that its purported openness is not just smoke and mirrors? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois was here for over 20 years, and they got absolutely nothing done. We have gotten major things done, such as the fiscal imbalance, Quebec at UNESCO. It has a seat at UNESCO now. The globalization of the sales tax, and the oil deposits in Old Harry. So we are always working for these files, but I want to reassure Quebecers and Canadians there is something we won't do. We will not reopen old constitutional squabbles. No one wants that, so we are going to keep the Federation together, but we won't reopen constitutional squabbles, Mr. Speaker. That concludes the question period for today.
There's a point of order from the member from Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to raise a point of order arising out of question period. During my question, the Minister of Health made a very personal and I think a very inappropriate comment for a minister or any member for that matter, and I'd like to give the Minister of Health an opportunity to withdraw the personal comment that she made that was offensive.
Hear, hear.
Is the Minister of Health going to respond?
The member can clarify what I said.
Member from Vancouver East. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest that the Minister of Health go look at the record and maybe she can come back in the House and respond. A number of my colleagues very clearly heard her personal comment that was inappropriate, and I think she should remember that, and if she doesn't, she should go look at the record.
The Chair will look at the record as well. Routine proceedings. Order. Routine proceedings. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present today. The first is largely signed by people from Nanaimo, and they're calling on the Prime Minister of Canada, Premier of British Columbia, and First Nations to stop the privatization of the Port of Nanaimo by withholding the approval of agreement between the Nanaimo Port Authority and the Pacific Northwest Marina. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to put forward an act to amend the Food and Drug Act. And these petitioners have pointed out that Canadians have a right to make informed choices about the food they eat by having adequate information provided on the food labels. And therefore, they're asking that the Food and Drug Act be amended around mandatory labeling for genetically modified foods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition regarding climate change and extreme weather events. Both 2011 and 2012 proved to be years of extremes. In 2011, the states experienced 4 extreme weather events that caused losses of US $1 billion each. We have also had climate change wake-up calls in Canada, the 1996 Saguenay flood and the 1998 ice storm. The petitioners call on the government to accept the science of climate change, table a comprehensive climate change plan, and determine the impacts of a changing climate on extreme weather events and the projected cost to climate-proof assets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians all across the country know that we need a housing strategy, so I'm pleased to table a petition signed by people from Regina in Saskatchewan who are calling on the government to pass Bill C-460. Actually, they're calling on all MPs to pass Bill C-460. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have 2 petitions to present today. The first one is from people who are very concerned that every year hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats are brutally slaughtered for their fur in a number of Asian regions, and they call on Canada to join the U.S., Australia and the European Union in banning the import and sale of dog and cat fur, and they call for all of us to support Bill C-296 from the 41st Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is from members who are residents who are very concerned about old age security and want to ensure that the age remains at 65 to collect OAS, and want to ensure that the OAS keeps pace with the cost of living and that it's available to everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. We now have a response from the member from Skeena-Buckley Valley to a point of privilege that was raised earlier this week. The honourable member.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond to the point of privilege raised by the member for Ottawa-Vanier yesterday.
The privilege which he raised to remind the House was about his ability to access information from this government and government officials that was being prevented by some sort of decree that had come out of the Prime Minister's office, suggesting to all civil servants, or the ones that at least he was dealing with, that they couldn't respond directly to an inquiry from a member of Parliament. Now, the reason I have some sympathy for this is because I've had the exact same experience myself, where I've approached the Department of Fisheries and Oceans or Transport to seek some basic information on behalf of constituents and been told that they are not allowed to speak to me, that they must go through the Prime Minister's office, and that the Prime Minister's office must first vet my question as to whether it's appropriate or not, and then vet the response as to whether that's appropriate as well. It takes the idea of civil servant into a whole new realm of definition, as if they work predominantly for the Prime Minister's office as opposed to for the Canadian people. And as representatives in this House, my friend has raised a point of privilege suggesting that he is unable to perform his work and duties as a Member of Parliament if the government has a policy and a directive that prevents him from gaining the most simple and basic information required to answer questions on behalf of his constituents. We are, to be clear, not talking about state secrets here, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about basic, simple information that Canadians have paid for because they, in fact, fund the civil service. It's not the privilege of the Prime Minister's office to direct where those answers should go. There are some struggles, though, that we find with this as a point of privilege. Let me first quote from O'Brien and Bosk on page 109 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, who explains that in order to find a prima facie breach of privilege, the Speaker must be satisfied that there is evidence to support the member's claim that he or she has been impeded in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions, and that the matter is directly related to the proceedings in Parliament. This last sentence, I think, is an important one for all members, that the test case is that our work here in Parliament is what must be impeded by the actions of the government. On May 15th, 1985, Speaker Bosley gave a ruling regarding the question of privilege raised by Douglas Frith, then a member from Sudbury, Ontario, who claimed that his ability to serve his constituents was being infringed or impeded by a departmental directive restricting the release of information about a government program. In his ruling, Speaker Bosley explained the following, quote, "It has been recognized many times in the House that a complaint about the actions or inactions of government departments cannot constitute a question of parliamentary privilege." He added, quote, "The purpose of parliamentary privilege is to protect our speech in the House, the institution itself, and the institution of members from threats, obstructions, and intimidations in the exercise of our duties. I would have great difficulty in finding this matter to be within the realm of parliamentary privilege." So I think in Speaker Bosley's ruling and also in the guides that we use as parliamentarians, while this case has merit in terms of what the government is doing to members of Parliament and by a result to Canadians, it is difficult to find the exact point of privilege that the member seeks. There was a similar case on October 9th of 1997. Speaker Perrin gave a ruling regarding a question of privilege raised by the member for Wild Rose, I believe then Reform member, then Conservative, concerning information allegedly denied to him by an official of the Department of Indian and Northern Affairs. Speaker Perrin went on to explain, and I'll quote, "In order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should, of course, have access to the information they require." He went on to say the Chair is mindful of the multiple responsibilities, duties, and constituency-related activities all members and of the members share and of the importance they play in the work of every member of Parliament. However, my role as your Speaker is to consider only those matters that affect parliamentary work of members. He goes on to say, "I've concluded that this case constitutes a grievance on the part of the honourable member, but since this situation has not actually precluded the honourable member from participating in a parliamentary procedure, the Chair cannot find that a case of contempt of Parliament has occurred." Mr. Speaker, by saying this, I do not want to diminish the nature or seriousness of the complaint raised by the member for Ottawa-Vanier. I believe he may have a real cause for grievance. If the government is indeed purposefully withholding information from this member, it is putting him in a situation where he is not fully able to defend the interests of the constituents that he has been elected to represent.
As I said yesterday, a number of my colleagues have also encountered problems of this nature and have been hindered in getting access to information they needed and have had to attempt to get information from the Prime Minister's office or from Cabinet, and this prevents us from getting essential information to do our jobs.
It continues to get worse, not better, but it needs to be addressed through other means available to us. I do want to point out that in determining whether the question raised by the member from Ottawa-Vanier is a question of privilege, we have to examine the effect the incident or event had on a member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary duties. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, I think you'll agree with me that although this is without a doubt a deplorable incident, the member's ability to fulfill his parliamentary duties likely have not been interfered with. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I would advise the member that there may be other interventions on this issue, and once those are completed or it's clear there are no further ones, then there will be a ruling from the chair. Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-52, Fair Rail Freight Service Act.
Debate. The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, my mistake. There were 5 minutes of questions and comments left from the member from Gatineau when she was addressing. Are there any questions or comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a question that has been raised into this debate, because we listened to the minister earlier about, and to remind those that we've had a bit of a break in the debate, that this is an attempt to have some sort of balance between the shippers in Canada who are seeking to move their products, 70% of which, all products in Canada, move by rail, have some balance of power between them and the railway companies, of which there are predominantly two, and as the minister himself said, it's a competitive duopoly. Well, in many parts of the country, it isn't even a duopoly, it's a monopoly, because there's only one service available. So in achieving some sort of balance of power between these two groups, the minister has suggested that there will be a tribunal of sorts, a way for dispute resolutions to be worked out. But we look into details of this bill, and we're now discovering that that dispute resolution mechanism, that way of solving those problems when the rail cars don't show up and the contracts are broken, will only be available to new contracts that are signed as opposed to existing contracts. And I don't know how the minister can feel so confident that what his bill is going to do is allow the Canadian economy, which relies on that freight being shipped, to progress in a better way if all of those problems that have been existing for many, many years can't get solved because the resolution is not offered to any contract that's already in existence. I wonder if my friend can help illuminate where that might be a problem in solving the real challenges we face.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's hit the nail on the head.
That is one of the major problems with the bill. I do repeat for those who didn't hear the speech, either from my colleague or myself, that we will be supporting at second reading to send to committee, hopefully, to solve those type of problems, because this is a major, major issue. And je le disais dans mon discours, Monsieur le Président, il y a toute la question, justement.
And there's also the issue of trying to strike a balance in all of these areas. Now, I think that my colleague clearly pointed out that in some places it's a virtual monopoly that exists. And the fact of putting in place a dispute resolution system involving a tribunal, when there's that kind of rapport de force or power relationship, it's in fact not necessarily the most conducive.
So I do again hope that this, the other side of this House will be able to listen for once, because it doesn't happen too often, and we do bring up those issues for reasons of améliorer la situation, Monsieur le Président.
To improve the situation, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the Conservative Forestry Caucus, I've been following this rail service issue for quite some time, and talking to the various sectors that use the rail line. And when we came up with the package to introduce this bill, it seems to me that we had some unanimous support from the Shippers Coalition across Canada, and almost every sector, if not every sector, support for this bill and the contents of it. Now, to listen to the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley and the member from Gatineau speak, it appears that that they don't agree with the shippers, the very ones that this bill will affect. The shippers have supported it wholeheartedly and want us to get it through. However, the two opposition speakers appear to be saying that this isn't what the shippers want. Who are they listening to? Are they listening to the shippers or to some secret voice that they have in their caucus?
The honourable member for Gatineau, you have 40 seconds.
Honourable member, j'apprécie tout le travail qu'il fait.
I appreciate the work done by the member opposite, and I think we're listening to the same stakeholders. Sometimes when those speakers address the government or turn to government officials, they don't necessarily say the same thing. Now, everyone agrees that this is a step in the right direction, but from there to saying that it's a perfect bill, that they won't call for even any small adjustments, well, I think that's the message that the official opposition is sending to the government. We're saying that we support the bill and sending it to committee, and we want to ensure that the stakeholders get fully involved in the process, but they too will have some tweaking that they'd like to do to the bill.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to participate in this debate this afternoon on the second reading of Bill C-52, dealing with the issue of the level of railway services across this country. The House has been waiting for this legislation for several years. More importantly, shippers across the country have been waiting for this legislation for a very long time, so I'm sure we're all happy that it's finally here. The Liberal caucus intends to support C-52 in principle at second reading because the shipper community is anxious to get the bill into the standing committee for detailed examination of the precise meaning from a legal and a practical point of view of all of the provisions in this bill. They want to ensure, and we need to ensure, that the needs of shippers are actually being satisfied by this legislation. The Shippers Coalition, Mr. Speaker, supporting level of service legislation, as it has become known, is a very broad and comprehensive coalition. It obviously involves agriculture, and that is a big and important part of the shipper community, but it goes far beyond agriculture. It's also including the forest products sector, minerals and chemicals, potash and fertilizer, manufactured goods, and much more. They have all had common issues and a common problem, and that is substandard service from the railways in shipping their products and their commodities to market. The intense debate about railway service levels has been raging across the country since about 2006. In 2007, specific requests were made by the shipper community for a legislated solution. They asked for a legislated solution because a commercial solution did not appear to be available. That was in 2007. In 2008, the Government of Canada promised a formal review of railway services. It was not, though, until a year later, 2009, when the government finally appointed a panel to conduct that review of railway services. The panel worked for about a year, and by October of 2010, it had finished its work and had written its report. In that report, the panel confirmed that service levels provided by the railways were seriously deficient. To give you just one example, Mr. Speaker, and there are dozens referred to in the panel's report, but to give you one example, this one dealing with farmers, farmers could typically count on getting the service from the railways that they needed, that they ordered, and that they paid for only about 50% of the time. Well, that is obviously not an adequate level of performance by the railways. Similar troubles affected most other shippers right across the broad spectrum of the coalition. The details differed from one industry to another, but the bottom line was the same. The shipper community was being badly served. That is what the panel concluded in the report that they wrote in the fall of 2010. The review panel said that the problem was a serious imbalance in clout and power in the marketplace, an imbalance between the railways on one side and the shippers on the other. The shippers are mostly captive, as I said in this House earlier today, Mr. Speaker. They don't have competitive options for moving their product. They are captive to one particular shipper at any given moment in time. That is what the panel concluded. They said there was little genuine competition, that shippers have no realistic commercial alternatives, and that they also have no legal recourse to address the problem. For the most part, they do not even have access to enforceable contracts that set out both their obligations and the railway's obligations, which are then binding and enforceable on both sides. That would be one's normal commercial expectation. The parties are doing business, they'd write up a contract, and they would fulfill the terms of the contract, or there would be consequences, one way or the other. Well, that practice seems to be missing in the relationship between the railways and the shipper community. The playing field, according to the panel that was appointed by the government and reported in the fall of 2010, the playing field is totally tilted in the railway's favor. If that imbalance is to be remedied, the panel said, it would be preferable to do it by commercial means. But if commercial means were not available, and that is obviously the case by this long process that's gone on since 2006 to find a solution. If a commercial solution is not readily available, then the review panel said there should be legislation and regulations to fix the problem. That is, to require the railways to provide their shipper customers with service-level agreements that are readily enforceable. The railways say, yes, but that was then and this is now. And they claim that things have improved. And I think objectively, Mr. Speaker, a number of shippers would say that indeed there have been some service improvements over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, especially service improvements by CN. But even CN notes that the controversy about bad service and the suggestion of some new legislation or new regulations coming down the pipe have at least in part brought about that improvement. In other words, there has been a threat hanging in the air that there may be legislation, there may be regulations, and the railways have pulled up their socks a bit. It was in response to that threatened legislation or the speculation in the community that there would be legislation that has in fact contributed to the level of service improvements. As I said, the review panel's report was done in October of 2010. The government then waited 6 months before committing to implement their recommendations. That commitment finally came forward in the spring of 2011, ironically just on the eve of the calling of an election. After the election, action was once again postponed. Instead of bringing the legislation forward in the late spring or the early summer of 2011, which was an eminent possibility, the government waited another 6 months, and then they launched a second review process, this one to be conducted by Mr. Jim Dinning of Alberta, and that process started in the fall of 2011, and it ran until the spring of 2012, again trying to find this elusive commercial solution to the problem. Unfortunately, Mr. Dinning's efforts were largely for naught, and there were no significant results from that process, except for another 6 months delay. The government waited then another 6 months to this past December to finally table the legislation that we have before us today, C-52. So, Mr. Speaker, this has been a painfully long wait. As I said, the discussion began back in 2006, and we're now in 2013. So it's been a 7-year process. The shippers are very anxious now, at long last, for action to become tangible promptly. And this House owes them that, I think, Mr. Speaker. We should have, as I said earlier today in this discussion, we should have a sound debate at second reading on Bill C-52, but it does not need to be a protracted debate. We should discuss it properly and efficiently in this House and then move Bill C-52 as quickly as we can into the committee so that we can hear from shippers and others, and on the basis of their evidence and their testimony, we can then determine if C-52 is in fact good enough to get the job done. And I hope the government would ensure that there are no restrictions put on the Transportation Committee in hearing the witnesses that will want to be heard on this very important matter. The shipper community has been waiting a long, long time. The very least that Parliament can do is, now that the bill will be soon in the committee, is to give those shippers the opportunity to be fully heard so that all of their comments, their recommendations and advice can be taken into account. Now, Mr. Speaker, the preliminary reviews of C-52 have been reasonably positive, and that is encouraging. It would appear that the legislation does provide to all shippers the right to have an enforceable service-level agreement with the railways without discrimination among different tiers or categories of shippers. And if that, in fact, proves to be the case when we have the opportunity to legally and comprehensively review the legislation, then that would indeed be progress. The legislation also appears to specify at least some of the mandatory content that each service-level agreement must cover, and it also appears to provide robust penalties if the railways fail to perform up to an acceptable standard. Now, Mr. Speaker, the shipper community has been quite explicit about the kinds of things that they want to see in these proposed service-level agreements. They readily admit that with each particular shipper or sector within the shipper community, there will be variations from agreement to agreement. Each one will not be an exact cookie-cutter copy of the other one. There are logical differences that need to be taken into account, and there is a commercial negotiation process that needs to take place here. But they have specified 6 subject areas that they think every service-level agreement should deal with. And I think it's important to put these on the record, Mr. Speaker, so that when we get to the committee, we can examine the legislation to see if these 6 areas are adequately covered. The shippers say that each service-level agreement that the railways will be required to provide in negotiation to their shippers should include a section covering the services and the obligations. Spell it out, what each side is supposed to do to have a successful contract between the carrier and the shipper. Secondly, communications protocols. So when they are trying to work out their commercial relationship, or if things go wrong in the relationship, they all know exactly what they're supposed to do to communicate with each other in an effective way, rather than 2 ships passing in the night and they never quite get around to connecting with each other. Thirdly, there need to be performance standards specified in the agreements. What is the acceptable performance to be expected in the circumstances? Fourthly, there have to be performance metrics. In other words, how do you measure the performance against the standards that have been laid out in the agreements? Number 5, there need to be consequences for non-performance. And there are obviously penalties provided in this legislation. We'll have to examine as to whether they are appropriate and sufficient to achieve the kind of behavior that the shippers want to see. And then finally, there need to be dispute settlement mechanisms included in the agreement. Well, those are the 6 areas that the shipper community mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important for the committee to examine in detail whether C-52 in fact covers those areas adequately from the point of view of the shippers. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I would mention 4 or 5 other areas where the shippers, beyond the nature of the contract that I have just described, 4 or 5 other areas where the shippers have said that they are not clear about what the legislation is really seeking to accomplish here and whether it in fact gets to the result that the shippers want. One is on the issue of train movements into the United States. To what extent will a level of service agreement in Canada also affect the kind of service that is provided across the border by the carrier, in some cases the exact same railway, by the carrier when that carrier is operating in the territory of the United States. So what will be the impact of level of service agreements on cross-border shipments of product? And of course, between Canada and the United States, that is a huge volume. Secondly, what is the relationship between the service level agreements that apply to the mainline rail carriers, basically CN and CP, when the product being shipped may originate on a short line branch railway? Do the level of service agreements have any implications for short line rail operators and their relationship with the main railway operations? Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, there is already a section in the Canada Transportation Act, Section 113, that provides some description of service requirements imposed on the carriers. My question, and the question from the shippers, is there anything in C-52 that diminishes the value or the effect of what is already in the Act in Section 113? The shippers are very anxious to have that clarified because obviously they and we would not want to see the beneficial impact of Section 113 diminished. The fourth question that shippers have asked is on the matter of practical access to the process. The way the legislation is set up, the legislation basically says the parties should go out and negotiate a contract. If they can't, then the shipper can go to the CTA and get an arbitrated solution that will then be imposed by regulation. The question from the shippers is, will there be practical access to that process, or will the process be so complex, so costly, and so slow that only the biggest of the shippers will be able to participate in the proposed arbitration proceedings, and the smaller shippers will just find it too complicated, too expensive, or too time-consuming to be able to avail themselves of an arbitration procedure? We'll need to examine the practicality of how Bill C-52 will apply to make it accessible to all. And then finally, there appears to be a section in the Act that says if you already have, as a shipper, some kind of contract with a railway, if you've gone out and tried to negotiate something and put it in place, and that contract with the railway is already existing, then you do not have access to the provisions of Bill C-52 unless and until that existing contract expires. Now, that needs to be clarified as well, Mr. Speaker. To what extent are shippers impeded from having any benefit from Bill C-52 because they have already tried in some way to have a contract and have negotiated something? Whether or not it lives up to the standards of Bill C-52, they would be prohibited from trying to get a C-52 solution if they already have a contract in place. So those are some of the questions that I've heard from the shipping community, Mr. Speaker. By and large, they are anxious to see this legislation proceed. They are looking forward to the committee hearings because they do want to be heard and they do have a number of questions to ask. And I think it is incumbent upon the government and upon the House to make sure that we get into those hearings as quickly as possible and that we ensure that every shipper across this country that wants to be heard can in fact have the opportunity to present their questions and their observations to the Standing Committee. But I welcome the debate this afternoon. I'm anxious to see progress on this subject. Everybody's been waiting already far too long, and let's get on with it and try to make a tangible difference in the level of service that is provided to the shipping community, and therefore make a tangible contribution to the well-being and success of the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Wascana for his remarks, though I'm curious why he feels that the challenge between railways and suppliers started in 2006. In fact, I believe they started in around 1783 when Liberal Alexander Mackenzie was elected. Things got better with John A. Macdonald. Then they got worse when Sir Wilfrid Laurier was elected. Got better under Deaf. Got worse with Pearson and Trudeau. Got a little bit better with Mulroney, and we got bad again with Prime Minister Chrétien. So if the member wants to talk about the speed of the process, I would ask why his government didn't do anything in their 13 years, or basically anything in the 20th century to fix this problem. Having said that, I am pleased that he is positive about the bill. I can assure him that all the stakeholders were consulted, and I wonder if the member would be, if he's satisfied, that they won't put up any unnecessary filibustering at committee, because the bill, the possibility is that it is the best possible bill. And I would hate for the opposition parties to try and change it just for the sake of changing it.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I do have to suggest that the honourable gentleman's recollection of history is just a little bit faulty. Alexander Mackenzie was not the Prime Minister in 1783. It was 1873 that he was the Prime Minister, and he discovered on his desk the first day he walked into the office the Pacific scandal about the railway that was handed to him by Sir John A. Macdonald. But I think it's actually a bit of a waste of time to debate those ancient conservative scandals. No, actually, it was about the time that Louis Riel was becoming the Member of Parliament from my district of the country. But in any event, those historical references are fascinating, but I think it's more important for us to get on with the task of actually dealing with the circumstance today. The major debate, as the honourable gentleman will recall, before 2006 was not about level of service agreements. It was about a costing review and whether or not railways were overcharging. And there were, in fact, legal actions going on during the 1990s and the early part of the last decade that resulted in some major refunds to farmers because the railways had been caught overcharging for the freight rates that they imposed for the services that they were delivering, as substandard as those services were. So until the middle part of this last decade, the issue was a costing review, and in the latter part of the last decade, the issue shifted to this whole discussion about level of service, which brought about this 7-year process that I have talked about. The honourable gentleman can be assured that we have no intention of delaying this legislation either in the House or in committee. With this one caveat, we want to hear what the shippers say. If the shippers' expectations are properly and adequately addressed when we hear the testimony going through the committee, then we will be most anxious to see the legislation passed with whatever subsequent modifications the shippers might recommend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I understand there's a point of order from the Minister of State for Transport. I'll give him a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I misspoke. The member from Wascana is correct. 1873 is the date I should have stated. I hope the member understands I'm a relative newbie here, and as far as I know, the member from Wascana was part of Alexander Mackenzie's government. So I appreciate the correction.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honorable Deputy de
The honourable
Hochelaga.
member for Hochelaga. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, my Liberal colleague briefly spoke about penalties, and the bill provides for fines of a maximum of $1,000 that would be paid to the federal government. I was wondering, does he believe that this could have a deterrent effect for a company like CN, which makes about which made $2.7 billion in 2012? And would this be the type of thing that would be part of the amendments that he would bring forward?
Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, on that question and many others, I think we need to hear what the shippers have to say, because they are the ones who have paid the penalty for bad service up till now. It's clearly important for any penalties in this kind of legislation to be adequate so that they actually can change the behavior that the shippers are complaining about. In some of the provisions of C-52, the penalty provisions appear to be significant, in others they don't. So quite frankly, I think that is a question, the question that she has raised, that the committee should look at very carefully. Will the enforcement mechanisms, including those penalties, be adequate to solve the problem? The best solution here for all concerned, Mr. Speaker, would be for this legislation never to have to be used, that it was there, setting the legislative framework, but the parties were able to find commercial results and not have to have recourse to the legislation. But the legislation needs to be strong enough and robust enough to make sure that if you have to use it, it actually does achieve the result that the shippers want.
Question et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a comment, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to assure the member from Wascana, and I'm sure he already knows, that this bill that was introduced, Bill C-52, was crafted based on mountains of consultations with the shippers all across the country. That's how this bill was formed, and I'm sure that the member is going to really appreciate hearing the shippers that helped to put this bill together through their input. Going to hear their applause for this bill, and the member and his party are going to be able to support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the honourable gentleman's confidence. I've had the pleasure of being in consultation with many of those shippers myself over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. They've been very frustrated by the length of time this has taken, but they are hopeful that it will now come to a successful conclusion. They do, though, have a number of technical questions, partly for clarification reasons, to understand exactly what the legal and practical consequences will be of some of the wording that is included in the bill. They also have at least some suggestions for improvements where they think some of the areas need to be strengthened. But it's an important piece of legislation that should be intended, and I think is intended, to level up the imbalance in the playing field that was described by the review panel that reported in the fall of 2010. We all now need to be focused on making sure that it does, in fact, accomplish that objective. We will know that when we allow every shipper who wants to be heard the opportunity to come before the committee, give their testimony, give their approval or their criticism, whichever it may be, and if they have specific recommendations for making this bill better, then I hope the committee will be open to receiving those recommendations for improvements.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George. As I said earlier today, Mr. Speaker, I got into politics to my own small way, expand freedom so that people can take responsibility for their own lives, earn success, and own their destiny. To make space for this freedom, I believe government should only do the things that people cannot do for themselves. It is therefore with great skepticism that I always approach any proposal that legislates government action within the economy. So the question is, does this legislation represent an action that is needed but that people cannot do on their own? In analyzing the industry of which we speak, I believe that it does. Canada is the second largest and the 8th least dense population of any country on Earth. There is 5,500 kilometers separating Cape Spear, Newfoundland from the Yukon-Alaska border. On these vast lands, with much of them thinly populated, the prospect of ubiquitous railway competition is almost impossible. It is not the result of human error. It is the result of physical geography and math. As a result, we have only 2 Class A railways in the country, and many communities that require for their economic lifeblood the export of products to faraway markets often have only one choice to ship those products. 70% of Canada's goods and services are moved by surface freight. As I said, we have only 2 Class A railways to move them, and in many places there is only one option. That creates immense economic imbalances between the buyer and the seller of the service. As such, there is a consensus that some redress of this economic imbalance is justified in this rare circumstance. As a result, we have proposed the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, which is designed to do as I just described. So allow me to describe then the practices that this law will codify. The legislation gives shippers a right to a service-level agreement with a railway. A shipper would now be able to ask their railway for an agreement, and the railway would be obligated to provide one within 30 days. This statutory right to an agreement will be an important gain for all shippers, including small and medium-sized shippers. This right will allow shippers to initiate bilateral commercial negotiations with the railway to clarify in writing the service agreement the railway will provide. These agreements could identify performance standards such as frequency of service, transit times, and the number and type of cars that the railway would provide to the shipper. These agreements could also include recovery plans that identify the actions the railway will undertake to recover from service failure, or the communication protocols for monitoring service performance and dealing with any service issues that may arise. In most cases, shippers should be able to reach an agreement with their railway commercially. But when they cannot, the shipper should be able to go to the Canadian Transportation Agency and ask an independent arbitrator to establish service agreements for them. Furthermore, the shipper should now be able to trigger a fast and efficient arbitration process thanks to the bill. All he or she has to do is demonstrate that an effort has been made to reach an agreement commercially and give advance notice to the railway before commencing or requesting arbitration. So shippers get to control the timing and of launching an arbitration process. The legislation allows shippers to frame the issues to be addressed in the arbitration process by identifying the services that they need. This gives the shipper the ability and the flexibility to ask for what is important to them. Every shipper operates in unique circumstances and has unique needs, And that's why these agreements will take many different forms. Tailoring service agreements to suit circumstances of both shipper and railway will allow for the diverse nature of Canada's transportation economy to continue to flourish. Let me be clear, this bill is not about forcing our railways into an agreement, but ensuring that their obligations are met. We want railways to continue to manage an efficient, low-cost network to meet the needs of all other customers in their network. And so the arbitration will follow a very efficient process to make these decisions. In a market where time means money, shippers have repeatedly asked for a process that is quick and timely so that they can focus on growing their businesses. The bill stipulates the shipper can get an arbitrated service agreement within 45 days. Although this could be extended in unique circumstances by an additional 20 days, Mr. Speaker. In very complex service agreements, the shipper and the railways, the extension would be applied. But the point remains that this is a fast process to ensure that we continue the operation of our rail network and get our supplies to where they are most needed. Mr. Speaker, I should note that the government acted with a great deal of meticulous care in setting up this process. We realize that in the last 3 decades, the federal government has largely gotten out of the rail business through reduced regulation and obviously reduced ownership. This experience with a private sector railway system has been an unmitigated success. We should celebrate every day the success that our railways and their workers have created through this free enterprise system. We should congratulate them for the enormous improvements that they have achieved in service standards, particularly when compared to their international peers. At the same time, without reintroducing excessive government intervention into the system, we are redressing a natural market imbalance that is inherent in most rail sectors around the world, and particularly so in a country with our geography and population. We in this side of the House of Commons understand that a commodity-based economy spread across vast distances will require an efficient, effective rail system to move the commodities to their marketplace. And that is why we have acted in this bill to provide a system by which our free market rail industry can continue to prosper and connect businesses with customers and customers with the goods and services that they need. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for giving such an informative, accurate, and superlative presentation on Bill C-52. And as proof of that, Mr. Speaker, you saw that everyone clearly understood the value of this bill. They clearly understood my friend's message, and of course there would be no questions or comments given that situation, and so he's to be congratulated. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the genesis of this bill and understand that this bill, C-52, would in fact not be in this House in the first place were there not some disparities in the rail service that was being provided to shippers across Canada by Canada's two railways, who the Minister of State this morning described as I think, a duopoly. And that's just a hair's breadth away from a monopoly, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you got that. This bill would not be in the House were the relationship between the railways and the shippers a perfect one. And as a matter of fact, the relationship was indeed far from perfect. The shippers could be appropriately called, the term is captive shippers, where there is little or no alternative for shipping their products. These are primarily bulk products from the ag sector, from the mining sector, from the oil and gas, propane sector. Rail is the most economical and the most profitable way to ship bulk shipments across Canada, and I'm sure that's a point that will not be debated. Mr. Speaker, so I'm happy to rise today to support Bill C-52, of course, because I've spent some time working with a particular sector that is prominent in my riding, and that would be the forest sector. And while that industry, that sector reaches all across the country, in the riding of Caribou Prince George, which I'm sure my colleague from Prince George Peace River would agree that my riding could be appropriately called the forest capital of the world. With my riding, the Peace River riding, Okanagan, Shuswap, Kelowna Lake Country, Thompson, Kamloops, Caribou, Kootenay, Columbia, and Okanagan, Coquihalla, we all have sawmills and pulp mills and fiber mills and pellet mills in our ridings, and I think, Mr. Speaker, can honestly say that those ridings combined probably ship very much the bulk of forest products from their locations to the U.S. and to Asia and abroad. So, Mr. Speaker, I served as I serve as the chair of the Conservative Forest Caucus, and as do the members that I just mentioned. And I can remember going back 6 years ago when I took on that position, talking with the CEOs, and we were talking with the CEOs and the leaderships of the forest industry across the country. They were telling us about some of the challenges that they have, and one of them buried in there was the rail service agreement. The rail service they were getting, but there were a number of other things which our government has successfully addressed, and one that we can be very proud of would be the Green Transformation Fund, which was just a real winner among the forest industry across the country, and helped us stay in tight competition with our U.S. Counterparts. And that's good because the U.S. is still our biggest market for forest products, Mr. Speaker, and we send the vast bulk of our products down into the U.S. by rail, as we do send them to the coast for shipments overseas. So I remember this meeting about 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker, and we had solved most all of the problems, the challenges. We said, well, what's left? And they said, we still need to deal with the service that we're getting from the railways. My colleagues and I made a promise to them, to the leaders of the industry. We said, that's number one on our bucket list. We are going to see that is fixed. We are going to get this solved one way or another. And we began to work on it. And of course, listen, I won't say that we didn't have encouragement from our colleagues across the way. I mean, it's a common interest. So thank you for your assistance. But we pushed that forward, Mr. Speaker. There was a multitude of meetings where we got a clear understanding, a very clear understanding of the problems that the shippers, forest product shippers, were faced with, and also what became evident was that they did not have any means to seek remedy to get those problems fixed. Problems that were mentioned today, such as, expecting to have 65 rail cars on the siding the week of July the 5th to 9th, and a promise that they'll be there, only to find that after you've geared all your production to be shipped that week, you got 37 cars, not 65. You call up the rail lines and say, where's the rest? Well, we haven't been able to get them. We'll give them to you as soon as we can get them. That isn't good enough, Mr. Speaker. When railways make a promise to shippers that they'll have 65 cars or 75 cars in that particular week, they make that promise. They have to keep that promise, because that's what an agreement and honesty and a good working relationship is all about. Mr. Speaker, when you have cars show up to the pulp mills where they're shipping rolls and bales of pulp paper out of their mills, and lo and behold, there's holes in the roof and it's raining, and you know the rain is going to come in and damage their cargo inside. That's unacceptable, and you have to have a way to seek remedy to that. When you're in production, all of a sudden you've got 27 cars that show up that you didn't order, Mr. Speaker. And you phone up the rail line and they say, well, we think you probably need, but I don't need them for 2 weeks. Well, you got them. Well, guess what? You're paying demurrage on them every single day they're sitting on your siding while you're trying to gear your production to get them full. You didn't ask for them, but you got them. Now you're paying rent on them until you use them. Mr. Speaker, the way it's been in the past is if the shippers in the forest industry, the captive shippers, I'll call them again, were to bring their complaints to the rail lines, they could not seek a remedy that would be lasting. And that's why they looked for help from the government. They tried to have a commercial arrangement that would solve things, but that was just simply not possible. So they looked to the government. And, Mr. Speaker, we were pleased to step in and get this service agreement done so that it satisfies the shippers across the country, at the same time making it something that the rail lines can work with, because we know how important they are to moving goods back and forth across the country. So it has to be an agreement that works for both people, and I think that's what we have. And, Mr. Speaker, it's been applauded by the Shippers Coalition and major shippers across the country since we put it all together after continuous talks with them and discussions and trying to figure out, how do we solve the problem? What about the remedy time? How long do we give them to get the agreement to get the thing fixed? We got fines in there for not having remedies for it. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues who have forest industries in their ridings and who were there on that promise to the forest industry that all across the country these folks are from, that we're going to get this fixed. Our government has now done it. I want to thank the minister and the Minister of State for their hard work in putting this together. And, Mr. Speaker, I say to the forest industry out there, thank you for giving us the opportunity to put this together for you, to work with you. We thank you for your input. And, Mr. Speaker, let's hope that this bill will pass through this House quickly, through committee. Maybe it can be approved. It's pretty good right now, but we're going to bring out the best product at the end of the line that these folks, these shippers, can possibly expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
I'll take Ottawa Centre. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his comments. I think he's acknowledging some points that I think everyone agrees that there needs action. There is a requirement. There is a concern. I'm glad to see he had a more balanced, frankly, assessment than the Speaker prior, his colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, because the Parliamentary Secretary seemed to suggests that, frankly, we don't really need government involved at all, that just let the market decide is where his mindset goes. That the member did lay out where he thinks government has a role. I want to get from him, Mr. Speaker, the concerns, though, that we've had about this process. If we go back, I think it was 2007, he might correct me on this, that his government had talked about a wait-and-see approach that will try and just kind of work things out. We now have a bill in front of us acknowledging that that didn't work. And could he give to us what he thinks should be not only in the bill, but how the bill is then the oversight to the bill, that is to make sure that all of the parties involved are going to live up to the commitment. So could he explain to us a bit more about the enforcement of the bill and how we can actually ensure products get to where they need to be for everyone's benefit?
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the member from Ottawa Centre agrees that government regulation should be a last resort, and that's why we gave the two parties, the shippers and the rail lines, a period of time to try to work this out in a private commercial agreement. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that. So, based on that, we knew that it had to be done, and so we've had many talks with the stakeholders to Bill C-52, and we've listened to all sides of the story and look at all of the challenges they have, and we tried to put a bill together based on the input we got from the stakeholders on both sides, and we think Bill C-52 contains the substance that we need to get it, including the period of time from when the complaint is first brought forward, the time allowed to resolve it. If it's not resolved, then it goes into a brief arbitration period, which can be extended shortly. And at the time that the railways, for whatever reason, fail to rectify the situation, they're subject to fines of $100,000 per day per complaint. And if one single shipper has 5 complaints from bad rail cars, that's $500,000 a day. You multiply that by the number of force outfits across the country, it could be significant.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River. Had the Prince George, couldn't remember the Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and thanks to the member across the way. We share a common city and we share a common region in northern BC. But I would just like the member to further, I guess, explain that we talked about this is legislation that's coming. It's not passed yet. And you did speak to the importance of the issue, and the member spoke to the importance of the issue and the routing, especially to grain farmers, to forestry producers that actually want to ship out product. I had a brother that worked in a mill that literally could not ship out product. They had to shut down their pulp mill waiting for cars. So again, the fact that it's not done yet, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like the member to emphasize how important this is to get it done.
The honourable member for Caribou, Prince George, you have about 50 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague across the way, continuity in shipping of our products, whether it's within North America, south of the border, to our biggest market, the U.S., or shipping to either coast to ship it across the oceans, continuity and reliability of shipping is so important to our producers, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, that when a producer wants a specific number of cars in a specific time period, they can count on it. Their whole business and Canada's international trade reputation demands that those cars be there when they need them and the product be shipped when it's supposed to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time. First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. If there's time, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. So, Happy New Year to all my constituents and to all my colleagues. This is the first time I'll be making a speech in the House. I'd also like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Trinity Spadina, for all her work on this file. It's been a lot of work, and the Conservative government's response is largely thanks to the efforts of that member. So let's start with some facts. The purpose of this bill: train transportation is the linchpin of the Canadian economy. 70% of our goods are transported by rail. So it's essential for rail transport services to be beneficial to railway carriers and to shippers. The cost of rail shipping is harmful to Canadian shippers. Bill C-52 specifically excludes the issue of costs or tariffs, and this ignores what certain shipping groups were asking for. And Canada's trade deficit keeps ballooning. It reached $2 billion in November, so we can't afford to lose further ground when it comes to competitivity on international markets for Canada's products. Rail transport is not just essential to our economy, but also to the domestic economy. We need rail services to keep trucks off the roads and thereby control our greenhouse gas emissions. The market share of railways is still significant, but frustrated companies may choose to use trucks when they can, and this is very harmful to our environment, and that should be underscored. It's also important to keep in mind the overall economic picture, because Canada's trade deficit is increasing. It reached almost $2 billion in November, as I said, and so we can't lose any more ground on that score. The Conservatives' reluctance to do anything to help shippers in Canada reflects their attitude about rail transportation in general, whether it's with their inaction regarding rail safety or cuts to Via Rail or the establishment of high-speed trains in Canada. The Conservatives have consistently refused to give Canada's railways the attention they deserve. The Conservatives' approach to infrastructure for transportation in Canada is marked by a lack of interest, by a scattergun approach, and by a lack of investment. And that's true in my riding. In my riding, it was once a railway-based riding, and it no longer is. And we can only ask why. Well, it's because the Conservatives have not invested to keep the railway in place and vibrant. Increasingly, railways are being sold off. They could be used for other things. For example, transit, public transit. So instead of neglect and a scattergun approach, Canada needs a comprehensive approach around transportation based on a national strategy for public transit and rail transit. Farmers and other businesses have been paying the price for years for low-quality rail services, and they've never really managed to get Ottawa interested in this. The NDP's position is simple. We take the side of companies and exporters, and we're determined to equip them with the rail transportation services they deserve. Even though C-52 doesn't follow through on some things that shippers were calling for, it would be prudent to support it, and that's why I'm taking the floor today in the House, because the shipping community is largely satisfied with what it does do. The task now is to make up for its shortcomings, strengthen the bill, make it better for shippers, and to focus on the NDP's participation throughout this process. We're going to keep up the effort to make sure that our railway network in Canada is improved and used to maximum effect. To maximum effect for the economy and for the environment. Bill C-52 will only cover new service level agreements, not existing service level agreements. Many shippers will therefore have to live with unreliable, unfair services, and they'll have no recourse to the dispute resolution process if there's a violation of an existing service agreement. Arbitration was only available to shippers who've entered into new service level contracts. Instead of providing rapid and reliable recourse to all shippers, Bill C-52 allows for arbitration in limited circumstances for a small group of shippers. The arbitration process could prove too costly as well for shippers, and it may impose an unfair burden of proof on them by requiring them to prove they need railway services. Some members of the shipping community also wanted to see cost issues dealt with in this bill, but the Conservatives unfortunately said that they would not broach that topic until the next legislative review of the Canada Transportation Act, and that is slated for 2014-15. The community of shippers agreed to study this issue later and to deal first with problems relating to service level agreements. It's important to point out that the mining industry is the second biggest employer in First Nations communities after the public sector. Improving rail transportation services for mining companies could have a beneficial effect on the economic situation of First Nations in certain parts of the country. The whole issue of rail transportation of goods is, above all, a rural issue. My riding is a rural riding. The most heavily affected industries are primarily in Western Canada, in BC, in Quebec, and to a lesser extent, Ontario. This is a challenge and an opportunity for the NDP and for members of Parliament. We really have an opportunity here to make a concrete change for people in rural Canada. There are few people, we have few people in the prairies, but the question is nonetheless important to small towns and rural communities. These are the demographic groups that we need to reach out to and listen to. There are about 100 communities who rely on forestry, and that's true for my riding. Most of the transportation in my riding in forestry is done by truck. Why not invest in existing railways in my riding for the transportation of forestry products? Together with my colleagues, I call for the inclusion of fines in the service level agreements in order to compensate shippers for interruptions in service, damage, and loss of productivity. Shippers also fear, and I agree with them, that the Act will not apply to things being shipped from Canada to the U.S. So, in short, this is an important bill. It needs improvement, and obviously we hope that this government will be open-minded and accept many of our proposed amendments. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Pontiac, who does an excellent job of representing the people in his riding. And God knows his riding is huge. So sometimes misery loves company. When I look at the size of my colleagues' riding, it makes me feel a little better. So I think the message we've been sending this morning is important, the message to the government opposite. And that message is that, yes, we'll support this bill at second reading so that it can be referred to committee. But that said, this is not a perfect bill. Of course, perfection is impossible to achieve, but we hope our friends opposite will at least be open to listening to our comments and the comments of various stakeholders. My question, because I'm always surprised when governments put forward their bills as if they're perfect when they claim they're essential and very important and perfect, but it's funny that it takes them such a long time to come forward with them. Does my colleague have any explanation for why it took the government 5 years? Why did they take so long to table this bill, and yet various stakeholders had been clamoring for it?
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. I'd like to thank my colleague for her very important question, and I'd like to underscore the important work that she does representing her constituents. It's nice to have neighbours who are so active in their respective communities. In the Pontiac, we used to have a railway. There has been a crisis in the industry for a long time now, and it seems to me that the only reason the government took action is in response to the work done by our colleague, the member for Trinity Spadina. They were forced to face the facts and take action. So they hastily put something together that is good, but doesn't take into account all of the industry's concerns.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that speech. I live on Vancouver Island, and we've been in pretty desperate straits with regards to rail service. Our passenger rail service hasn't been in operation now for a number of years because of the shape of the tracks and the other infrastructure. And our freight service is in jeopardy as well, although freight service is still operating. But on Vancouver Island, it's a really important part of our transportation infrastructure. And I wonder if the member could speak further to the fact that, especially in some of our rural communities, that infrastructure, rail infrastructure, is critical for our economy and critical for the environment as well, because it helps keep some of those trucks off of the road. And in Nanaimo, Cowichan, we have something called the Malahat, and regularly that road is shut down several times a year, either due to accidents or due to weather conditions. And the rail service then is even more critical for moving the freight. So I wonder if the member could comment on that.
Député de Pontiac, vous avez 1 minute.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac, you have 1 minute.
My honourable colleague for her excellent question. In the Pontiac, there are very similar conditions. We have 2 roads. Those roads in the winter are often dangerous, extremely dangerous, and we have competing automobiles and large trucks for 2-lane roads. Essentially, is what they are. And we're bringing forest products or wood far north, and then we're bringing mining products from the west. And next to these 2 roads are tracks that are no longer used. And you would think that the safety of my constituents would be well served if this government was to actually invest in using those tracks, in renewing those tracks, and making sure that shipping could occur along those tracks.
That concludes that debate. It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members'
business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-460, Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada Act, standing in the name of Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Ms. Sella, moves that Bill C-460, an act respecting the implementation of the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to begin the debate at second reading on Bill C-460, a sodium reduction bill for Canada. Mr. Speaker, I know that when we choose and select our private members' bills, a lot of thought goes into it because we basically get one shot at it. So I did put a lot of thought into what I would bring forward for my private members' bill. And as the health critic for the official opposition for the NDP, I tried to think of a measure that would have a very significant impact in improving the health of Canadians. And after looking at a whole number of issues and talking with a lot of people, I decided that this was probably one of the single most important issues that can be brought forward because of the overconsumption of sodium in all of our diets. And so I selected this bill because there has already been an incredible amount of work done on a sodium reduction plan for Canada. The provinces, the territories, experts have basically come together and said we absolutely have to do something in terms of reducing the amount of sodium that Canadians ingest. So that's why I brought forward this bill. Overconsumption of sodium is a major contributor to heart attacks, strokes, and other illnesses in Canada. And in fact, StatsCan estimates that Canadians currently consume about 3,400 milligrams of sodium per day, which is more than double the recommended intake of 1,500 milligrams. And it's estimated that 77% of the sodium consumed by Canadians come from prepackaged foods. I think any one of us can go in a grocery store and see Canadians poring over labels and trying to figure out what it is that they're eating. People do want to make healthy choices, but the way things are constructed now and the amount of sodium that is in the food that we're eating is really quite astronomical. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to reduce sodium levels in the food supply by implementing the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada. Now, this is not a strategy that I came up with. It's a strategy that already exists. It was developed by the Expert Sodium Working Group in 2010. It was a group that was set up by the minister. Their report was released in 2010, but it has not yet been implemented by the federal government. So the core of my bill is to implement that strategy. The bill also prioritizes a number of areas where work needs to be done by ensuring that the amount of sodium in prepackaged and restaurant foods is reduced to safe levels. It will improve the labeling of sodium on foods. It will help protect children from being deceived by advertisements for high sodium foods. And here I just want to use Quebec as a model. Quebec has a very successful program around advertising as it affects children. And this is a model that we should be using in all of Canada to protect children from the junk food and the high sodium content that they're ingesting without even knowing it. The bill also would establish the Government of Canada as the leader in monitoring and ensuring progress is being made by food companies to achieve sodium reduction plans. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the bill there are all the details about how this will be done. It's very clearly laid out. And as I say, the core of the bill is to implement the strategy which already exists from 2010. Mr. Speaker, in developing this bill, I do want to say that it's had tremendous support across the country. I've been working with different organizations on this bill, and I just want to quote from some of them. For example, Bill Jeffrey, who's the national coordinator of the Centre for Science in the Public Interest, who's done incredible work on this issue over many years and, in fact, was a member of the Sodium Working Group. What he points out to us, and to quote from his press release at a press conference yesterday, this year as many as 16,000 Canadians will die needlessly of heart attacks, heart failures and strokes caused by excess dietary sodium, 3/4 of which is added to foods by food manufacturers and restaurants. We also have the Canadian Medical Association, who point out to us, quote, Canadians consume, on average, 3,400 milligrams of sodium daily, well above recommended levels. High sodium levels in food are responsible for almost one-third of hypertension cases in Canada. Hypertension is a major cause of heart disease, heart attack and heart failure, stroke and kidney failure, and is an important contributor to premature death, disability and healthcare costs in Canada. It's estimated that 7.5 million Canadians have been diagnosed with this chronic condition, with an estimated 1,100 new patients being added every day. They further go on to say, the Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada Act, this bill before us today, is an important piece of legislation that can lead to healthier lives for all Canadians, and we urge all members of Parliament to support it. That's from the Canadian Medical Association and its president, Dr. Anna Reid. Mr. Speaker, one of the main advocates of action and a strategy for Canada has been Dr. Norm Campbell, who's the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada Canadian Institute for Health Research Chair in Hypertension and Prevention and Control, and he's from Calgary, the University of Calgary. In his letter, he says, the bill provides concrete measures for reducing the amount of salt foods processors add to food. The measures proposed in the bill include close government monitoring and oversight and mandatory labeling of foods that fail to comply with sodium targets. If passed, this bill will, for the first time, provide Canadians an opportunity to even know if they are making a healthy or unhealthy food choice. And he goes on at length about what's in this bill, but I thought that that was a particularly pertinent comment. I also want to point out just the breadth and depth of the work that's been done on this issue of sodium reduction. Some members in the House may remember that a year ago we all received a letter that was addressed to the Prime Minister, and it was signed by 17 major organizations across Canada, including the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Canadian Medical Association, and I just want to quote from that letter because it was a real convergence of medical and scientific individuals, experts, organizations who came together with a very significant letter to the Prime Minister. And what they said in their letter, and I quote from it from January 2012, they say, we are concerned that recent federal decisions to not endorse the federal, provincial and territorial sodium implementation report presented at the November 2011 Health Ministers Summit meeting will be seen as a signal to the food processing industry and food service establishments that our national government is not serious about the need to commit to the 2016 as well as the interim targets. The argument that the sodium implementation plan would fail to garner commitment from industry sends the clear message to Canadians that private interest takes precedence over food safety and their health and wellness of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, this was a very thoughtful, well-worded message to the Prime Minister from a year ago. In addition, since we've been developing this bill and it was introduced a number of months ago, we now have close to 40 organizations and key experts across the country who are supporting it. They include the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Public Health Association, the Dietitians of Canada, the Canadian Nurses Association, the Canadian Pharmacists Association, Public Health Physicians of Canada, Canadian Federation of Nurses Union, Hypertension Canada, the Kidney Foundation of Canada, Food Secure Canada, Canadian Institute for Child Health, Canadian Society of Internal Medicine, the Canadian Women's Health Network, and I've just read a very few of the endorsers. These are organizations, and there are also a number of individuals who have specifically endorsed this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very interested to hear the comments of government members, of other opposition members, and I do want to say this. I think rarely in public discourse is there a time when a number of different interests come together and where there's a very strong consensus. And that's what we've seen on sodium reduction. So let's remember, there was an expert working group put together by the Minister of Health. they produced a report that was produced by consensus. It was a unanimous report. It included industry representatives. That report came out. There was no follow-up from the government. In addition to that, the provinces and the territories in their own meetings have considered this issue. They, too, have called on the federal government to take action on implementing a sodium reduction strategy. We see the body and the weight of all of these organizations across the country. So it seems to me that we are at a particular time where there is a very broad consensus about the need to take very serious action and to show that we do put public health, the public interest, as the top priority. And if this plan were implemented, there have been estimates that we could save something like $2 billion a year in health costs. But I'll tell you, what I'm really concerned about are the kids. You know, when you think about our kids and what they eat, and I know many of us are here as parents, we have young children, and we do the best we can to make sure that our children eat well. And yet it's so difficult to do with all of the array of products that are around us. And so when we think about what it is our children, what their health will be as they grow into adults, you know, sodium isn't the only thing. Of course, there's many factors to a healthy lifestyle. There are things that we can do ourselves, and that's certainly something that is a part of this bill by advocating for education and proper information and disclosure. But it seems to me that the need to ensure that there is a sodium reduction plan that is real, that is meaningful, and takes proper steps is absolutely essential. Many other countries have done this. The World Health Organization lists it as a priority. And I guess the sticking point is probably going to be as to whether or not it's voluntary or whether or not there is a plan that has clear target reductions as my bill would lay out. I would say this. It seems to me that we've had a voluntary regime and opportunity now for many, many years. And frankly, it hasn't gotten us anywhere. It's failed. So I do think it's now imperative that we see this as a public health issue that impacts all of Canada and all Canadians, and that the federal government must demonstrate its leadership and its commitment to follow through on the incredible body of work and the plan that's been produced. That, to me, is a duty, it is a public responsibility, and anything less than that is a cop-out. So I do want to argue today that this notion that continuing on some kind of voluntary path has not actually produced the results that we need to see. So this bill will move us in a direction to adopt the plan that was agreed to by the expert working group, sodium working group. It's a reasonable proposition. The steps contained within it are reasonable, and I think it's something that is achievable. So I would encourage all members of the House to not dismiss the bill because it's come from the opposition, but to actually look at the merits of the bill and to look at who is in supporting this bill. These organizations are nonpartisan. They base their decision on merit. They base their decisions about what they do on evidence, on medical information. And I think when they say that they're supporting this bill, maybe they don't agree with everything, every word. If it goes to committee, we'll take a look at that. But the principle of the bill and what it's trying to do is there, and I think it's now showing that it has very broad support. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we're having this debate. I look forward to the debate, and I certainly encourage all members of the House from all sides to look at the bill in all seriousness and consider what we are here for and what we do to uphold public health, the public interest, to represent our constituents, and most of all, the future generation of kids who we want to make sure have the best opportunity to grow up healthy in this wonderful country. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing this issue forward. I did want to note, I did notice a little earlier a salt shaker on her desk, and this kind of addresses the major flaw and the problem with her bill, because it addresses processed foods. But the NDP could spend millions of dollars on a sodium registry, but Canadians who want choice can still just pick that up and put the salt on the food. And that's why our voluntary approach is better, especially with the education and the collaboration, and it is working. But my question, Mr. Speaker, is quite straightforward. In her bill, Quebec can opt out. And I want to ask why. Because wouldn't this create a two-tiered sodium system, and it would give Quebec a monopoly on certain products? And Canadians who want choice, Mr. Speaker, especially around Super Bowl, wouldn't want to see Canadians smuggling potato chips and cheeses across the Quebec border. So I'd like her to address why does one province get treated differently than other provinces?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Actually, this bill is about choice. This is not about banning any foods. It is about proper disclosure of information and allowing Canadians to make good, healthy choices about what they're eating, and to make sure that the industry is very clear about what they're doing. Now, I'm very surprised that really the only thing he can come up with in the bill is this issue around Quebec. I mean, we could get into a great discussion now about Canadian federalism, but I think he's aware that a number of bills that come forward in this House are very respectful of the Quebec and its role in confederation, and the fact that a number of bills have this clause to respect the jurisdiction of Quebec. So this is not about creating a two-tier. This is about a pan-Canadian strategy that works in federalism that the NDP has laid out on so many occasions, and we've put forward so many bills, whether it's childcare, post-secondary education, housing, now the sodium reduction bill, that recognizes how we work as a federation in this country and how we work with Quebec. And so this bill simply reflects that very strong principle that we've always put forward.
Good answer.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
From my reading of this, this is just a make-sense bill. I mean, you give consumers more information about what they eat, they get healthier. We know that heart disease is one of the #1 killers, if not the #1 killer in Canada. Sodium consumption is one of the major contributors. So it surprises me to hear on the Conservative benches really any resistance to this idea. It seems like to increase the choice of Canadians just makes sense. What are the expected impacts on divulging this information on the health of Canadians? Would my honourable colleague have any comments on that?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very thoughtful question. I mean, I think the impacts on Canadians is, first and foremost, Canadians would have a lot more information about what it is that they're eating, whether it's what they're purchasing in grocery stores or whether it's in restaurants. And to me, that's something that's very, very important. There would be, I mean, part of the issue here is to track what's happening with sodium reduction and to make sure that that is fully disclosed. Because I think more and more people are very interested in what's going on. People do take their own health very, very seriously. So within the bill, some of the impacts, there's certainly better education, there's better information. And at the end of the day, it is about meeting the targets that are laid out, that have already been laid out by guidelines from Health Canada, but they're simply not being met. So, I mean, that's the irony of the bill. It's all there. It's all been, the work's been done, it's all been laid out, but it's actually not being implemented. So it's not that I'm creating anything new with this bill, it's about implementing what we already know and what needs to be done.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I think everyone in this House can agree that sodium reduction is an important goal when it comes to the health of Canadians. The Government of Canada is committed to helping Canadians move towards healthier diets. We do this in many ways, one of the most notable being Canada's Food Guide. En ce qui concerne le sodium,
as regards sodium, our government has taken effective steps, and this approach is working. That's why I won't be supporting Bill C-460.
The government established a sodium working group in 2007 which included representatives from food manufacturing and food service industry groups, health-focused non-governmental organizations, the scientific community, consumer advocacy groups, health professional organizations, and government. The working group produced the report sodium reduction strategy for Canada. The report recommended that the government adopt a voluntary approach to reducing the average amount of sodium that Canadians consume from 3,400 milligrams per day to 2,300 milligrams per day by 2016. It was also recommended that the approach engage different kinds of stakeholders, including the food industry, provincial and territorial governments, and Canadians themselves. Monsieur le Président, soyons...
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Our government is fully committed to cooperating with our partners in order to meet that objective. Our government has already started putting in place a voluntary approach to reduce the average quantity of sodium that Canadians consume, and our approach is based on 3 pillars: awareness and education for Canadians, guidance to the industry to reduce sodium in processed foods, and research.
Approach in more detail a little later. Bill C-460 references the Sodium Working Group's report, but proposes a much more heavy-handed approach. Instead of a voluntary approach, the bill calls for new legislative and regulatory measures to implement the sodium reduction strategy for Canada. Sodium levels in foods would be heavily regulated, and industry would be required to report the sodium content in prepackaged food so that a public registry of this information could be established and maintained. There are several problems with this bill, Mr. Speaker. There would be financial cost to taxpayers, to industry, and to Canadians. There may also be unintended risks to food safety and health. We would also lose the current balance that has been struck between the roles and responsibilities of key stakeholders. Finally, the measures proposed in this bill could not feasibly be regulated or enforced. Let me examine each of these issues in more detail. First, Mr. Speaker, the cost to taxpayers to implement these measures would not be insignificant. New resources and regulations would be required to develop, implement, and maintain the public registry for well over 100,000 products sold domestically. It is also not clear how this registry would be used. Foods that are low in sodium are not necessarily healthy foods. We would not want Canadians to think that any food that the registry says is low in sodium is healthy. Additional resources would also be required for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency for compliance and enforcement activities. There would also be significant burden to industry, the cost of which would likely be passed on to Canadians. Adopting this bill would take money out of the pockets of small businesses across the country and add layers of red tape. This would not be a good approach to take, Mr. Speaker, especially during a time when the economy remains fragile. Mr. Speaker, the costs of implementing this bill go beyond financial impacts. Let me address 2 of the key health and safety risks that implementing this bill would pose. First, the 90-day coming into force period would not afford industry the time needed to extensively reformulate food products. This is a significant oversight, as sodium is not only used for flavoring, but also for food preservation and control of pathogens in food. The result could be unintended food safety consequences to Canadians. Second, the warning statements proposed by the bill may be misleading to Canadians when they are trying to choose healthy foods. Products with no sodium warning statement could be perceived as healthy choices, even though they may not, in fact, be nutrient-rich foods. Nutritional labeling must cover all the bases if it is to have the desired positive effects. We already have the nutrition facts table on prepackaged foods. It provides information on various nutrients, including the sodium level in a serving of food and the percent daily value. A warning label for sodium alone could divert attention from this valuable tool. Le gouvernement veut que les...
The government wants Canadians to have a choice and the information that they need in order to reduce their consumption of sodium. To achieve this, we need to take a broader approach than the one contained in this bill.
In addition to financial costs and potential health risks, the adoption of Bill C-460 would not respect the important balance with stakeholders that has been struck in the work our government is already doing. Sodium reduction is a shared responsibility amongst the food industry, the Government of Canada, provincial and territorial governments, and Canadians themselves. We need to continue with this balanced approach by engaging with all of our partners and avoid shifting the majority of the burden onto any one stakeholder. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that one of the problems with this bill is that the measures being proposed could not be feasibly regulated or enforced. Let me explain what I mean. Mr. Speaker, in seeking to enable industry to provide Canadians with healthier choices, the Government of Canada engaged interested stakeholders to develop guidance to the food industry to reduce sodium in processed foods. This guidance was released less than a year ago. Bill C-460 calls for this guidance to be put into regulation. Not only is that not feasible, it's unnecessary. In order to understand why this is the case, let me take you through the core elements of the guidance. The guidance serves as a guide for the food industry to reduce sodium in their products by outlining sodium level benchmarks for processed food categories. The benchmarks have two components that must work together to be effective: a sales weighted average and a maximum limit. The Government of Canada has recognized that reducing sodium levels in the more popular products within the food category, like bread for example, will have a greater impact than only targeting those with the high sodium levels. The sales weighted average does this by taking into account the sales numbers across an entire food category so that sodium levels are being reduced in products that are the most popular with Canadians. At the same time, the maximum limit targets the products within a food category that might otherwise remain high in sodium, such as salt and vinegar potato chips, to help decrease their sodium levels as well. It is the combination of the sales average and the maximum limit that will effectively reduce sodium content. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the guidance cannot be put into regulation as it is not possible to enforce an average. Flexibility is needed to help ensure that the sodium in the more popular foods is reduced while still providing Canadians with the food options that they expect. As I've already noted, the food industry is an active partner in achieving our collective goal. A regulatory approach is not required. You can see, Mr. Speaker, that there are many concerns with Bill C-460. Le gouvernement du Canada.
The Government of Canada has adopted a different approach to reduce sodium quantities consumed by Canadians. Our approach places a priority on education and awareness so that Canadians can make informed choices, with respect to what they eat.
In 2012, the Minister of Health announced $4 million for new activities as part of the Healthy Eating and Awareness Initiative. A component of this is a social marketing campaign to raise awareness of healthy eating, including reducing sodium intake. The goal here is both educate and motivate Canadians to make healthy food choices. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the food industry has already demonstrated willingness to put more healthy choices into the Canadian marketplace. As Canadians' demand for lower sodium options grows, industry will respond to that demand. We're also working with industry to collect information. Imposing mandatory reporting is simply unnecessary. In fact, I'm pleased to say that early progress towards the 2016 goal is already evident. The government carried out a small monitoring project to estimate changes in the sodium levels in 3 food categories that are popular with Canadians: bread, canned soups, and cereals. And the results of this project indicate that the majority of new products being introduced in these 3 categories have sodium levels below the 2016 maximum, and existing products in these categories have seen reductions that will have them well placed to reach the goal by 2060. We already seen those results that this bill says it would achieve. In fact, adopting the bill will jeopardize progress already being made through the current collaborative approaches. Mr. Speaker, in closing, the Government of Canada continues to be committed to helping Canadians move towards healthier diets and creating conditions that make healthier choices the easier choices, and we're already beginning to see that positive results, and the heavy-handed approach proposed by Bill C-460 is not necessary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Bill C-460, which has asked to implement a sodium strategy that would be clear, concise, be accountable, be reportable, and in fact achieve the goal of reducing the sodium intake amongst Canadians. Now, why is it that we need this bill? I personally don't think we should have had to have a bill like this if the government was doing the work it was intended to do. The Minister of Health and the Government of Canada has a responsibility through that minister to protect the health of Canadians and to prevent disease where possible. That is a clear mandate for the Minister of Health and the federal government. And in fact, what we know, as you heard from the honourable member who introduced the bill, is that in fact high sodium intake creates hypertension, or high blood pressure as it's called, can create heart disease and can create stroke. Now these we know cause some of the highest number of deaths and disease in this country and cost a huge amount of money. And I noted that my colleague across the way, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, talked about costs. Well, the cost of a healthcare system, of hypertension, of stroke, and of heart disease is actually unestimable when you compare it to what it would have cost to put in the implementers bill originally. In 2007, this government and the then health minister set up a sodium working group to look at the issue of the amount of sodium Canadians are taking, and you heard it is 3 times the amount that they should be taking to keep them healthy, and to do something about it. That was what the Minister of Health in 2007 and this government did. Now, the sodium working group was set up, and in the interim, the then Minister of Health suggested that we would have some voluntary guidelines put in place by industry to bring down the amount of sodium. Now, why industry, Mr. Speaker? It's because the government cannot come into my kitchen and tell me how much salt I'm putting in my food. But we do know that 77% of the high sodium intake in this country comes from processed foods. So this is where the Minister of Health said, I will ask processed foods in the food industry and certain restaurants to look at this and to voluntarily diminish it until I hear from the working group. Well, the working group did that, and the working group came down with their report in 2010, 3 years later. Now, the working group decided that it would want to bring down the sodium intake currently by Canadians so that by 2016, it was all very clearly defined in the working group that by 2016, 95% of Canadians will be actually bringing down that very high level of sodium and having a set level of sodium. And it talked, and on the working group, Mr. Speaker, as you heard, there was food industry, there were academics, there were healthcare professionals. But, Mr. Speaker, what is most important to note was that there were 2 other levels of government at the table. There was a federal government and the federal and provincial governments, because they all had a role to play. But the only government that had a role to play in ensuring that the regulations were put in place to decrease the amount of sodium is the federal government. But the provinces were there at the table because they have to take on the high cost of health care when people get sick. So they had a vested interest in this, but only the federal government could have done the job. And this is why I said this bill should not have been necessary. In 2010, when the report came down, it was found that in the interim, the work that was voluntarily being undertaken by industry to bring down sodium levels wasn't working. Nothing was happening. And so all of the people and all of the groups within the sodium working group, including healthcare professionals and the provinces, looked at the federal government and said, so, okay, let's get an implementation strategy moving now in 2010. Well, nothing happened. In fact, the current Minister of Health moved very swiftly to disband the group so that nothing could happen, so that no follow-up could be done. And I don't even understand why a Minister of Health would do this. But this isn't new. We have seen this same Minister of Health and this same government, who has a mandate to protect Canadians' health and to decrease the amount of disease where possible in Canada, have failed abysmally on the sodium strategy. They've done nothing. We've seen, except to say we will educate people. I mean, that is good, but education is only one part of any kind of strategy to bring about a decrease in certain risky health behaviors. We all know that. We have seen that. We've seen it with tobacco. We've seen it with practically every other thing that used to cause death a long time ago and now have changed. So we've seen it. We know. But there's evidence that tells us that this is how things work. So here is a minister who has had a result from the sodium working group, has had reports from her own health department, has had provinces and territories saying, can you please do something about this now, because the voluntary initiatives weren't working. And the minister disbanded the working group and has done absolutely nothing. And this is now 5 years later. We're now in 2013. Nothing has happened. So imagine how many people continue to increase the intake of salt in their food, who continue to be at risk and get hypertension and heart disease and stroke, But obviously this doesn't seem to matter. I heard the parliamentary secretary say that it is totally useless to regulate. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the tools that government has is regulation. That's what governments exist for. Not to tell me how much salt to put in my pot. It can educate me. But government has the duty and responsibility to regulate foods for their safety, for the content of harmful ingredients in any food. Governments have been doing this for years. Governments around the world. And, Mr. Speaker, let me just tell you what some governments are doing. The United Kingdom has a Food Standards Association that holds the government's feet to the fire as they have now put in regulations to reduce salt consumption in adults in the United Kingdom. We see Finland has taken legislative action and is a world leader in population-wide salt reduction, primarily through punitive high salt labeling. They punish industry that goes above the levels. Now, then you look at another country like Ireland, which doesn't punish, but it rewards. It does a sort of positive reinforcement methodology where it legislates and regulates, and then it says people who do well, they advertise as a government those companies that are meeting the standards. So they've used one tack, and Finland has used another, but at the end of the day, governments are using their legislative authority and their regulatory authority to change the salt content in food. And in a country like Canada, we have a Medicare system where we pay for everyone's illness and disease when they get sick and they need medically necessary care. The cost to the system is extraordinary if we don't take steps to do it. But once again, I don't understand why this government hasn't done it with sodium. I don't understand why they haven't done it with trans fats. They have had every single advisory group, including the health department, tell them that they must regulate trans fats in processed foods. Haven't done it. Then we have the issue of energy drinks. We now see the United States and Congress and the President himself is taking this on as a personal agenda to remove and to look at what they can do to regulate and to legislate high energy drinks. We know Canadians have died. We know people in the United States have died from taking on energy drinks. Yet this minister moved to do one thing. She said, well, the allowable amount of caffeine in energy drinks will be dropped to a certain level. The point is, even that level is unacceptable. All people said was, please have it sold behind the counter in pharmacies. That is too much for this government to do. Obviously, this government and this minister seems to favor not getting industry angry at them. Well, you know what? If the industry minister was doing that, I would understand the industry minister's mandate. The Minister of Health's mandate has nothing to do with industry. The Minister of Health's mandate is to protect Canadians and prevent disease. That is her particular mandate. Why hasn't she done anything about it? Now we have the honourable member standing and having to bring about a bill to tell the government it must do what it is supposed to do. So, you know, we've talked here in the working group, they talked about governments working collaboratively with health professionals, academia, industry, and provincial governments to bring about this strategy. Provincial governments are waiting, and everyone is waiting to see what happens. The honourable member has brought forward the bill. I support the bill, but I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, nothing's going to come of it. Because when you have a majority government, which could and should have the political will to do what it must at a time when it is a majority to help Canadians, to help them with their health, to help them prevent disease, to help protect them from any other illnesses that they can get, we see it not happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I just end by saying I support the bill, but I don't think it will get anywhere, and that is a very sad indictment on this government. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have the opportunity to add my voice to this debate on Bill C-460, moved by my colleague, the member for Vancouver East, and opposition critic for health. I support this bill wholeheartedly because it seeks to put in place a national sodium reduction strategy. The consumption of sodium is a veritable health problem in Canada. Health Canada has issued recommendations concerning the consumption of sodium, and for an adult under 50, The recommendation is 1,500 milligrams per day. The average Canadian consumes over the double, 3,400 milligrams per day. And the department has even specified a tolerable upper intake level of 2,300 milligrams. There is definitely an overconsumption of sodium on the part of our fellow citizens, and who consume much more than the recommended daily allowance. The government has a role to play because this overconsumption of sodium has a negative impact on the health of our country's citizens. The reduction of sodium consumption to 1,800 milligrams per day would allow the number of cardiovascular events, such as heart attacks and strokes, to be reduced to 23,500. As well, overconsumption of sodium leads to a rise in the incidence of high blood pressure. This is worrisome because 40% of Canadians suffer from high blood pressure or borderline blood pressure. The reduction of sodium intake would allow the number of cases to be decreased by 30%. This reduction in sodium consumption would allow between 10,000 and 16,000 preventable deaths to be avoided per each year. These are alarming figures and call for immediate action. These preventable deaths, cardiovascular events, and pandemic of high blood pressure have a high human cost. Mr. Speaker, it is first and foremost to avoid these human tragedies that I am supporting this bill. But there is also an economic cost. A study estimates that our health system could achieve savings of $1.38 billion if sodium consumption was reduced to 1,500 milligrams per day. When you include the indirect costs, these savings rise to $3 billion. So by limiting our intake of sodium, we could thus improve our health and save a considerable amount of money. It is difficult to be against virtue, Mr. Speaker. Another question people might wonder about is why we should have this strategy. Why not launch an awareness campaign so that Canadians stop adding salt to their food? Well, the reason is simple. Nothing would be solved by banning salt shakers from Canadian tables, because 77% of the sodium consumed comes from processed and prepackaged foods. Unprocessed and natural food and the salt shaker represent only 23% of the daily consumption of sodium. Therefore, we have to look for solutions where an impact can be made. The strategy in this bill is not new. It is the same strategy proposed by the Sodium Working Group that this government set up in 2007. This working group has since been dismantled by the minister, and it was composed of representatives of food services and manufacturing, health-based non-governmental organizations, groups from the scientific community and advocacy groups for consumers, organizations of health professionals, and various government departments and agencies. It was a very inclusive group composed of all key actors in the area, and they decided to recommend the strategy that was presented in 2010 and which is featured in this bill. What measures will be taken under this bill? First, let us be clear. This bill will not ensure that products are withdrawn from grocery store shelves. The products that contain doses of sodium higher than the level recognized by Health Canada will have to be labeled as such. This will make it easier for consumers to make healthy choices. No one is going to prevent them from buying something that contains too much sodium. With this bill, consumers will simply be better informed. I came across a copy of a New Brunswick Parents magazine recently. Two pages were devoted to the problem of sodium in our food. But what I want to raise here is that there was a feature with 4 points explaining how to better read food labels in order to understand what the sodium content is. This example illustrates how important it is that we have a clear labeling system so that consumers can make informed choices. It is time to realize that the voluntary approach advocated by the government for the past 20 years is not working. Very few food companies have reduced the amount of salt in their food, and the consumption of salt on the part of Canadians has not decreased either. In Australia, a similar approach to the one being advocated here in Canada led to an increase of 9% of the level of sodium in food rather than a decrease. And an American report published recently concluded that the voluntary approach used by itself was ineffective over a period of 40 years. I'm sure that this is one of the reasons why a large number of health experts and health professionals support the importance of having a national sodium reduction strategy. 3 of these groups are based in Quebec: the Quebec Coalition for Weight Problems, the Council for Food Initiatives, and Louise Vandelac, who is the director of the Institute of Environmental Sciences at UQAM. But there is also the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Nursing Association, the Canada Pharmacists Association, and the Canadian Association of Public Health Physicians. All of these groups and associations work on the ground, and they see the damage caused by sodium overconsumption, and they want to ensure that consumers have access to healthy food and the information they need to make the right choices. The World Health Organization published a number of reports on the importance of reducing our sodium consumption, and the UN report on food said in 2012 that Canada was not doing enough to discourage the consumption of food with a high sodium content. Mr. Speaker, we must do better for our citizens. These are simple measures recommended by the Sodium Working Group that this very government set up and which was composed of representatives from all backgrounds. There is no reason that we should not take these simple and important measures to improve the health of our fellow citizens here in Canada. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have listened with interest to the other members speaking in this House, and I agree with the member from Vancouver East, as does the government, that the average sodium intake in Canada is definitely higher than it should be. We are committed to the goal of lowering sodium intake from 3,400 milligrams per day to 2,300 milligrams per day by 2016. And I'm happy to report that early studies indicate that we are already on track toward reaching this goal, Mr. Speaker, without heavy-handed legislation or regulations. That is why I do not support this bill. The Government of Canada currently takes a voluntary multi-stakeholder approach to sodium reduction, as recommended by the report, Sodium Reduction Strategy for Canada. Despite Bill C-460's call to implement this report, the bill does not follow the report's key recommendations. It fails to capitalize on the benefits of the current collaborative approach and would increase burden to industry through new legislative and regulatory measures. The bill may also pose risks to food safety and health and carries financial costs to government, industry, and Canadians. The measures proposed in the bill ignore the shared responsibility in reducing sodium intake in Canada. For sodium reduction efforts to be effective, responsibility must be shared amongst Canadians, the food industry, and federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Industry has accepted the challenge of reducing sodium levels while maintaining food safety and consumer acceptance. In fact, industry has responded to the demands of Canadians and are putting more healthy choices onto the Canadian marketplace. We are already seeing positive progress toward meeting the sodium reduction targets. Data recently collected from a sample of breads, breakfast cereals, and canned soup shows that sodium levels have been reduced by 10% overall in these product categories. This is 1/3 of the way to the 2016 goal. The fact is that these early achievements have been made without the heavy-handed measures proposed by the bill. Why change things now? We're on the road to recovery, as it were. As Canadians, we have a critical role as well. It is the responsibility of all of us as individuals to become aware of nutrition issues and what is in our food, so we can take more informed choices when we are at the grocery store, when we're eating at home, or when we're eating out. But health is not just about eating, it's also about exercise and fitness. Finally, this government's role, along with provincial and territorial governments, is to help promote the healthier choice as the easiest choice for Canadians. We do this through a 3-pillar approach that includes awareness and education for Canadians, guidance to industry, and research. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada's current approach to sodium reduction strikes the right balance and respects the responsibilities of all stakeholders. Let me describe some of the work that our government is doing. As you know, in 2010, our government launched the Healthy Eating Awareness and Education Initiative, aimed to raise Canadians' awareness about the benefits of healthy eating. The goal is to help inform Canadians so they can choose the healthier choice. This initiative promotes plain language messages about healthy eating, sodium reduction, and healthy weights for Canadians. The first 2 years concentrated on the Nutrition Facts Education campaign with a focus on percent daily value. The percent daily value can help Canadians determine if a specific amount of food has a little or a lot of a nutrient, such as sodium. This government has used innovative ways to deliver this campaign with the collaboration of Food and Consumer Products of Canada and its member companies. Public opinion research results have shown an increase of 5% in the use of the Nutrition Facts table over a 2-year period. In addition, almost half of those surveyed said that having nutritional information available has influenced the decisions they made when buying food. The Eat Well campaign was launched in September 2012 and includes messages on sodium reduction. Early findings show consistent, positive indicators of intent to change behavior. The Eat Well campaign continues to work with the provinces and territories, non-governmental organizations, health professionals, and retailers as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I think this demonstrates that, while still in the early stages, the current approach is working. That is why this government continues to collaborate with various stakeholders and has done so recently to develop guidance to industry to reduce sodium in processed foods. The Government of Canada released guidance for the food industry on reducing sodium in processed foods in June of 2012. This bill proposes that this guidance be put into regulation. This is unnecessary. Health Canada's guidance notes specific sodium level benchmarks for processed food categories. It is intended to serve as a guide for the food industry to reduce sodium in their products. This will help Canadians reach the 2016 average sodium intake goal. If passed, the bill would require that benchmark levels set out in the guidance become mandatory limits, with warnings on labels for any prepackaged foods that exceeded these levels. However, the benchmarks are based on averages for entire food categories, such as breads or cereals. They were not designed to apply to individual foods. As a result, the requirement for labeling of individual products with warnings stating this food does not meet Health Canada's sodium reduction targets would be misleading to Canadians and go against the intended purpose of such a label. Furthermore, the guidance cannot be put into regulation, as it is simply not possible to enforce an average. In addition, the bill does not take into consideration food safety or food categories, such as prosciutto, which are not expected to follow the guidance given the nature of the product. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the bill poses many challenges. While unintentional, implementing the bill may potentially have negative impacts on food safety and health. Negative impacts on food safety and health. Salt and sodium containing food additives play important roles in the preservation of numerous foods, such as processed meats and cheese. The bill's 90-day coming into force period would require a rapid reduction of sodium. The bill simply does not anticipate the food safety consequences that this could create. For products that cannot meet the sodium levels within the short timelines proposed by the bill, warning labels would be required. These warning labels could very well have negative health impacts that the bill again does not address. A warning label for sodium alone could be very misleading to Canadians. Sodium is not the only nutrient that needs to be considered when trying to make healthier choices. A product without a sodium warning label may be perceived as a healthy choice, but may not actually contain the nutrients required to support a healthy diet. Warning labels on foods may not achieve the desired health benefits and may not be appropriate, as risk is not associated with consumption of a single food or nutrient, but rather overall consumption patterns. This government's approach has been to encourage healthy eating through positive messaging, awareness and education activities, as I've described, not through unnecessary and misleading warning labels. Almost all prepackaged foods already require a nutrition facts label that has nutrient information, including the amount of sodium per serving. This table gives Canadians the information they need to make informed choices. Finally, this bill would impose a considerable and unnecessary regulatory and administrative burden on the government and on industry. To illustrate, there are upwards of 100,000 prepackaged foods on the Canadian market. Each of these products would fall under the requirement to provide the Minister of Health with information on sodium content. A public registry would have to be established to communicate this information. This enforcement cost would be significant and would require new resources. The added compliance burden to industry would also be significant. This could result in costs being passed on to Canadians. In addition, it's unclear what the database would be used for. As I stated earlier, a food low in sodium is not necessarily a healthy food. It would be inappropriate and misleading for people to use a registry that does not present the complete nutritional picture as a guide to healthy and unhealthy foods. Mr. Speaker, multi-stakeholder efforts to reduce sodium intake in Canada are still in the early stages. And despite this, we are starting to see progress. It will take time for the food industry to adjust their products so they can continue to be safe and acceptable to Canadians. While promoting sodium reduction is worthwhile, this bill fails to make the case for changing course now to take such a heavy-handed, expensive, and unnecessary approach. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. It is my belief that the majority of the House would agree. And so, as well as it's well-intentioned, I don't think that all the factual information has been looked at, and what we want to do is not a heavy-handed approach. What we want to do, like we did in trans fats. We did this voluntary approach in trans fats. It worked. And now the trans fat issue looks very, very good compared to what it used to before. We're doing the same thing with the sodium intake. So this is an issue that our government takes very seriously, but we want it to work. And we believe that this voluntary approach will cause it to work, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The period
provided for the study of private members' business has now expired, and dropped to the bottom of the order of priority on the order paper.